tā mātou mahi mā te maia, te tiro whakamua, me te hihiri, ka taia, te arahi, I roto I te kotaitanga me te aroha. And one thing I'd also like to mention is that I'd love to be able to support some fellow councillors to learn this. So if you're keen, get in touch with me, and I'm happy to run a few Zoom sessions because I'd love to be able to take turns with others on speaking this in Māori.
Have you got a suggestion for the next councillor to do this?
I nominate Gwen Compton.
Oh, cool.
I knew that was going to happen as well.
Right. Item number 3, apologies. Do you have any apologies? No. Nobody's hand has gone up. Number 4, declarations of interest relating to items on the agenda. I've not been informed of any. We go on to item number 5, public speaking time. Do we have anybody in public speaking time? I know we have had some technical difficulties of trying to arrange this. Janice, are you here? Janice McDougall.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you, I know we have had an arm wrestling from yesterday and this morning around access to public speaking time. Would you like to state the staff position on this?
So the staff position on this is that for this, our first virtual council meeting, which is different in its nature and in its significance to the virtual briefings that we've had to date, we were wanting to have this first meeting and see that we could successfully conduct business with you before adding in the additional complexity of public participation during the meeting. So by live streaming this meeting and making it available for people to view afterwards, we are satisfying the legislative requirements that we need to satisfy at this stage. I appreciate that councillors are keen to see us create opportunities for public participation in council meetings. There are some technical and security matters that we are still working through and would like to resolve more fully before we move to that. We are aware that there are other councils that are offering these opportunities for future meetings, and that is certainly something that we want to move towards. But in terms of taking a crawl, walk, run kind of approach to running council meetings in this very new way for us, proceeding without significant public participation for our first meeting was definitely the approach that we have taken.
Right. Bernie, you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this concerns me because it was notified on the agenda that there's public speaking time. At least 2 residents contacted me, and there is concern out in the community. If the council staff could not provide public speaking, I think it should not have been on the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Any response to that?
Yeah, so I appreciate that that is something that has created potentially some confusion and some uncertainty, and that is something that we should have provided some different messaging on. I'm happy to acknowledge that. I don't believe that we have received an influx of requests to into our democracy services team to participate in public speaking time. I know that you as elected members have received some requests. I don't believe the number in terms of people that have contacted the council is huge, but I'm happy to be corrected by one of the Dem Services staff if that's not the case.
Right. If can I just go on to the next item? Given we apologize to those people, I know too, Grey Power and also Carbon Neutral wanted to speak right to the last moment. We're still arm wrestling and stuff, but it hasn't happened. So I apologize on behalf of the governance.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we do have Mr. Trevor Daniels available if you'd like him to speak.
Oh, he's available.
Yep. Should I pop him through?
And potentially same with then Low Carbon Kapiti, because they're ready to go as well if that was possible.
I've had no contact from Low Carbon Kapiti.
Okay, I was told that if I pass the details on to Dem Services, which I did through Grayson, that could happen, but
Just bear with me, Councillor.
Can we hear Trevor Daniel while you're trying to contact?
Mr. Daniels, are you with us? Just waiting for his audio to come online.
Is it okay, Tanika, if I just send Low Carbon Kapiti the link and they can come into the waiting room?
I just need to know who they're who their identifier is.
Yeah, Alison Lash. Oh, is that okay?
Yep.
Cool.
We're just waiting for Mr. Daniels to connect. Welcome, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. Thank you. Took a struggle.
You now have the floor.
Okay. The meeting's not being screened. Is that correct?
It's been live streamed. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yep, it is.
Oh, it's not come up on my computer, other computer. Okay. I've given every councillor. I sent an email to every councillor last night, and I really don't have much more to add to that except to say that perception is everything. I said that at the start, and despite what Mr. Maxwell has said in response, which I understand each councillor has, there still is a community response, a community view of what it's about and what the council's doing. Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Bernie.
Trevor, you spoke, one of your concerns was the Kapiti Gateway and Aotearoa Park. Could you briefly comment on that, please?
Well, I was around when the Aotearoa Park was originally mooted by Tony Leslie, and the object was it was for future use when enough people became involved in sport that they needed to use that park. Well, I don't know whether that has been reached yet, whether it's necessary to use it and whether in fact it's now going to be necessary. And when you consider that people will not be involved in sport so much, that's becoming pretty obvious. And we're relying upon tourism to support the Gateway project. I just wonder where the people are coming from to go through the Gateway. The numbers going to Kapiti Island are determined by DOC, not by just a demand. You have to apply, well I did anyway, had to apply to DOC to get permission to go, and then they told me to go and approach gave me a permit, and I approached one of the two people who were supporting it. I just wonder if in fact these people who are using the Gateway are going to be the ones that will eventually pay for it.
Okay, we've got James Coates. James.
Thank you, Gary. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, James.
Look, just responding around the Otaroa Park, I do agree with you in the sense that there is a question over whether, I guess, the large groups, whether you'll have large groups of people using a facility like that over the next 12 months. But I do want to just comment around the when the park was originally mooted. If you look at the photo of the councillors and the mayor standing in the park, you'll see that I'm in the background there. So I was around as well at the time. And I just want to check whether you're aware that at the time we were already at capacity with some of our sports fields. So although there was a long-term view for that part, there was some demand in the short term around the sporting facilities, hence why the sports fields were established very early on to help cope with that demand, and hence why the proposal there is for the facilities to assist with that as well. So that is my understanding, and I'm interested in whether you knew the background around that as to the demand on the existing sports fields around specific codes like football and rugby and so forth.
No, I wasn't aware that it was at full demand. I thought it was going to be a bit like the swimming pool, where the aquatic centre, where it was said that demand from outside would increase its usage, where in fact we don't think that that's happened.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure if you go back and read the previous articles, there was demand on our sports fields at the time, but the bigger projects like the indoor sports stadium or event centre, whatever it is, that is the more long-term stuff. The second one is around the gateway, the domestic tourism. I mean, would you acknowledge that visitors to the area to go to Kapiti Island will spend locally? They'll shop at local shops and cafes. So there is an economic benefit from the visitors. And my understanding is that you could double the numbers going to the island and still not reach the numbers that DOC have allocated for Kapiti Island.
I'm pleased to hear that, but will the spend be in the gateway or be in the local shops?
Well, I mean, I guess that's part of the challenge in terms of making the project work. The second question that I had was around a significant part of this project, and the reason why it's being considered at the moment is because we have the ability to get a reasonable amount of money from the Provincial Growth Fund. So as a ratepayer, would you rather we delay this project and therefore delay the economic benefit, but then also be at risk of having to fund the entire project directly from rates rather than 50% of the project from the Provincial Growth Fund? And then I have a last question after that.
So if you don't get the money from the Provincial Growth Fund, will you still proceed?
I'll leave staff to answer that one, but my understanding, because the question has been asked by councillors, is that not at the same pace, Trevor. So as said, staff, possibly the Chief Executive could provide a clearer answer around that. Lastly, the actual, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, but the actual impact on rates, because it's a capital expense and it's funded through debt funding rather than rates, is rather minimal. So if we were to withdraw that project, you would not see rates drop to 1% just by withdrawing that project. And I just wondered whether you knew that it's capital expenditure, not operational.
Yes, I knew, and I understand that the effect is minimal, but again, it's perception, public perception, that you talk, that the paper mentions in several places, and this is another one where public perception's there. Perhaps better information from the council, especially about the possibility of funding through the Provincial Growth Fund, would ease people's thoughts on that.
Thank you, Trevor. I'm sure that's been noted. And that's all from me. Thanks, Guru.
Thank you.
Thank you,
next, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Trevor. Trevor, I wondered if you, as representative of the older community, would see benefit in the gateway being utilised as a day trip destination for all our elderly people to go and sit in there and listen to the live audio of the bird song on Kapiti Island. I have 2 more questions.
I wouldn't know. And that's perhaps part of the business case that should have been, that should be produced.
Okay, thank you. My second question, thank you for alerting us, the council, to public perception at this difficult time. Do you think it would look better if we went ahead with it all today and then deferred the actual build to start early in the new year, when hopefully everyone will be in some sort of a recovery from this event?
As long as that was made clear to the public. That's the answer.
Yeah, I do realise that a build between September, October, November this year will be right in the thick of the economic impacts according to all forecasts. People will be really suffering. So perhaps just your advice on whether or not maybe we should put it forward till the new year, have a nice big fresh start, and the funding sitting there waiting to go.
If it were anything that relieves the pressure on people through any costs, will be seen as a benefit in the community.
Okay, thank you so much.
We're going to see, we don't know yet what the effect will be on the community. That's part of the problem, and the problem with rates, of course, is you set them at the start of the year and that's it.
Yep, true. Thank you, Trevor, and take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Right, James, have you got your hand up again?
Trevor, I just wanted to come back to you about your comments about informing the community. If you have a look at page 23 of the paper, and at point 116, the recommendation there approves a delegation for the information document to be comprised by the mayor, the deputy mayor, and so forth. So I take on board your comments, and would just respond that we will be looking at trying to make that information clear through that document.
Thank you, and I hope you don't. Yeah, and it's good to see that you're going to put it in with the rates demand, because the reliance upon websites is lost upon a large part of the population. I mean, 1,000 of our members don't have email.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Trevor. Wish you well.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Do we have the carbon neutral speaker? Alison, is it?
Yeah, she's in the waiting room.
Yep, Alison Lash. I will just get her through now. Alison Lash is just connecting.
Oh, nothing's happening.
Hi, Alison.
Hello.
Ah, there she is.
You now have the floor.
Welcome, Alison.
Morena, councillors. Thank you for making this happen at such short notice. KCDC, the little council that could. I just wanted to talk with you this morning a bit about, you won't be surprised, about climate change. It's a topic that's always, dear to my heart, as you know. Most of you know me from previous incarnations on this. We were really encouraged to, when the council declared a climate emergency last year. Well done. And then, of course, the election came along and everything went into its normal hiatus. And now, of course, there's been COVID-19, and it's perfectly understandable that a lot of the council officer effort has been diverted into dealing with something as major as COVID-19. However, having said that, we're going to have to put a lot of effort, all of us, including the council, into some kind of recovery from this. And the groups that I'm working with, which is the Kapiti Climate Change Action Group and the Low Carbon Kapiti, are really keen that effort that gets put in not be diverted away from a focus on climate change. And maybe this is front of all your minds. I don't know at this point, but I thought it was important to put up our hands and say, we think that there should be a real focus on this as we move into a new future. And so to that end, we've put together a document that we're calling a Green Recovery for Kapiti. It's the part of a petition currently, but it's available as a standalone document. And we will send it to the council as an open letter. What we're saying basically is that as the Climate Change Commissioner has recently recommended, we should look at the economic recovery through a climate change lens. Kapiti voters will expect the council to be part of making changes for the better. We can try, probably unsuccessfully, to go back to the way things were, including all the downsides of that in terms of inequality and environmental degradation. Or we can chart a course for the better, more equitable and more sustainable and more livable future. That course, that latter course, will require of us a great deal less pain and effort in the medium to long term. It's going to be pain and effort anyway, but there will be less if we focus on the recovery that takes us out of the climate change disaster that we're currently in. Lots of organisations have put forward green recovery programs, and we support their suggestions wholeheartedly.
Hi, Tanika speaking.
Sorry? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear what that was you said. Okay, I shall keep going. So we've put forward this document, and we'd really recommend that you have a look at it. We will send it to you as a letter. Our principles are that all policy and infrastructure developments will help make us more resilient to climate change and prepare us for a sustainable future. That projects are based on sound environmental principles, that projects have new and future-focused job creation opportunities through the development of renewable resources and green technologies, that KCDC ensures that climate change is considered for relevance in all council decisions and addressed wherever necessary, and that councils use the new powers that are going to come, hopefully, through the RMA to ensure that climate change is taken into consideration. So that's coming to you. I urge you to have a look at it, and I urge you to adopt the program of work that we're suggesting in that letter. And thank you for listening to me this morning.
And Alison, just hang on there. I've got two other questions. Councillor Angela Boswell.
Yep. Good morning. Thank you, Alison, for coming in to chat to us. Just out of curiosity, I mean, there's a lot of talk about how the environment is already responding really quite quickly from this worldwide shutdown. Could you, or do you know of any case studies that have been done, particularly around the impact that it's had on local businesses or local families, just so people can feel a little more connected to rather than a big picture, just a small picture as to what's happening in Kapiti itself?
I don't know of any studies that have been done at all, and I guess anything like that would be published through the media, which have all, of course, gone pretty much into hibernation, the local media. But no, sorry, I don't know about that. I mean, obviously, there will be all sorts of local effects, and I'm particularly concerned about the impacts in our areas of social deprivation in the community, particularly Wotaki, obviously, but there are others.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I've got Councillor Gwyn Compton and then Jack Elliott.
Thank you for speaking to us today, Alison. It's looking forward to receiving it through. And sort of on that, I was wondering, is that green recovery plan for Kapiti available online anywhere? Because you mentioned it was attached to a petition. So, you know, I want to obviously get a jump start on everyone else at looking at and seeing what's in it.
Yes, it is. Sophie, Councillor Hanford can tell you where to find it.
Yeah, I can send it out as an email to all of you. It's an open letter on change.org, so I'll flick that out after the meeting today. So I just also wanted to say very quickly, thank you so much, Alison, for joining in for all of the work that Low Carbon Kapiti and Climate Action Group have been doing. You guys are awesome and working so hard. So thank you.
Thank you. Can you line up, put your hands up when you're going to speak? Gwen, are you finished? Gwen, have you finished?
Yep, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Elliott, then Janet Holbrook.
Thank you for speaking, and I've been really, really excited about the positive environmental changes really noticed across the world, not just here in Kapiti. I want to know, and I think it's really important that your document become part of a formal submission, not only to us, but also to the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Is that going to be done?
Yes, that's the intention. You'll see in the document that it focuses on both the regional and the local level, and we're debating whether to turn it into a slightly different document for GW or whether it just goes as it is. But yes, it's a work in progress at this point.
Oh, that's lovely, because it would. The chairperson of the Climate Committee for Greater Wellington has already gone on the media and said that he is very excited about an environmentally sustainable economic recovery.
Yeah.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Janet Holbrook. We can see you.
Right, thank you. Sorry, I kept muting it and then they kept unmuting it. I'm so glad you could come and speak to us today, Alison, because I think this is such an important message for us to get right now as we move from our response to recovery. And I think this advocacy role that you're playing is absolutely brilliant and very timely. Two questions. First of all, are you approaching the community boards in the same way, and further down into the communities, advocating for community groups to access some of the significant funding that's available in community development grants in the near future? Do you see that as a role for your organisation, to be that kind of support in order for those community initiatives to avail themselves of the opportunities that are presenting themselves at present at a national level?
It's not something that we have discussed at this point. We were focused, I mean, this document was only finished basically yesterday. It's been in gestation over the last week, so we haven't really thought about how, further than taking it to the councils, how we might do that. However, we are thinking about the possibility of organising some community engagement events of some description at a local level to stimulate a community conversation around this whole issue. So yeah, that sort of thing would presumably be part of that.
Brilliant, thank you, and thanks for speaking today. It's just wonderful. Thanks.
Can we have Jocelyn Pravnov now?
Thank you, Alison, for coming along today. Well, actually speaking to us today, it's been great. So this is a conversation that has sort of gone around some of the councillors. And one of the things that I just wanted to, just have a quick conversation about, or make some comments about, was the fact that we've been forced into, many of us have been forced into working from home. And what that's meant is that there has been a massive reduction in the number of vehicles on the roads, which of course has reduced the amount of petrol that's been spent and also carbon emissions. And I suppose this, to me, this is actually, and moving forward, we want to recovery. A lot of people are saying about how we want to go back to the old norm, but I think really there needs to be some real thought about how we can take and make the, take some of the real positives, like reducing vehicle usage and carrying that forward. And this is actually probably a national thing about encouraging people more about working at home, for example. And I hope that those are some of the thoughts that you've been thinking about, and that's just one thing that's just crossed my mind.
Yes, it's in the document. It's one of our recommendations, is that the council, as part of encouraging people to find working ways of working that mean that there's less commuting going on. Yeah, it's been a huge plus. I mean, talk about every cloud has a silver lining. It's been an enormous plus for all sorts of from all sorts of points of view, alongside all the tragedy and horrible stuff that's been part of it as well. But yes, it's definitely part of our focus.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison, for your considered response and your first. This is really good to be able to participate online with our submitters. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thanks for making it happen. Thank you.
We're now on to item number 5 and number 6, members' business. Public speaking time responses. Mr. Chief Executive, you got a response to any of the questions that was raised?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think the one...
You had an aeroplane behind your back.
That is indeed. It's near Chatham's DC3 at Kapiti. And I'm in the background, but you can't see me. The one question that I think was referred to us was if, excuse me, if the Gateway building doesn't receive PGF funding, would we proceed? That's ultimately a decision for you as councillors. We would bring you a paper. You've already heard me say, though, that I believe we would put it on hold and reassess funding. That would probably be the essence of advice from me to you for a decision at the appropriate time.
Right. Would you like to elaborate on the fact that the capital expenditure is also a Kickstarter for a lot of economic activity?
Sure, yes. Look, it was really interesting for those of you who participated or watched the webinar by Shamabil Yaqub just recently. Many local government attendees at it. The link is still there. We can send it to you if you wish. And we are actually arranging for him to come and speak to you at some point in the next few weeks because he understands local government, and he had a really interesting insight that the worst thing local government could do is to embark on an austerity program. So this is him speaking, not me. Obviously, I do agree with his points. He said that, to give you some context, $1 million of council money spent on rates relief will support 8.5 jobs. $1 million spent on capital investment, so that would be the interest costs of that capital investment, will support 155 jobs. So the worst thing we could do is pull back on our capital expenditure in terms of sustaining our economy and supporting jobs. That was his point, and I think that's the sort of thing that we need to think carefully about as we proceed. What you've heard me say a lot is we're going to have to assess the impacts, and that's still evolving before we make too many rash decisions or hurried decisions. And so we don't want to use up all the tools in the toolkit in one hit, and we haven't, and we're trying to make sure we can get through the next 12 to 36 months in a sustainable way. But one of the things that the government is doing and that they're asking local government to do is to maximise your capital expenditure programs. And so that's what we are trying hard to assess and make sure that it's spent in the right areas. So I think that helps in terms of decision making as we go forward, that sort of input from the economists.
So the Chief Executive, I think there are 2 hands gone up to ask questions. Martin Holliday, you've got a question for the Chief Executive.
Mr. Mayor, we're in public speaking response. Is it happy to cover that sort of later if that's okay, because I'm not sure if that's the way we should run.
They may have a question to ask on something that you've raised. Martin.
No, it's actually as part of the response to Trevor and Alison.
No. We have, this is staff response to that.
It says public speaking time responses.
Yeah, so,
6 members business. Is that not the case?
So okay, then what do you want to say?
Well, did you want to finish off with Wayne first?
I was asking if
I don't have a question in relation to what Wayne's saying. I was just going to respond to both Trevor and Alison.
Okay. Go for it.
Oh, okay, all right. So the reason I've waited is I've been pulled up in the past for responding at the wrong wrong times. But anyway, look, Trevor, thank you very much for coming along. Absolutely fantastic to hear from you. I was just going to comment with regards to local tourism in the Gateway. We're under the impression, well, being told in no uncertain terms, that we're going to be focused on local tourism for the next 12 or 24 months. I'm hopeful, I'd love to see the economic development team put a tourism strategy together around this very, very quickly. That's a focus. We don't really have a tourism strategy as such, so my hope is that will be front and centre, and perhaps Angela could expand on that at some other stage. But that's where I'm hoping to see the development of a tourism strategy. The Gateway is a part of that. I also see things like the whale song that's touted by Marco Zillman as part of that, and there'll be other things that we can attract people to from a local tourism perspective as well. In regards to Alison, you talked about lenses. I just wanted to clarify that that has been discussed over the last few weeks by councillors. We talked about having lenses in regards to climate, resilience, and also for age-friendly. And we've been assured that staff will be applying those lenses, and councillors were very, very adamant that they want those lenses applied as we move forward on the decision-making processes. So just wanted to clarify that position as well, that we have considered that, we have taken that on board, and we certainly will be applying it as we move forward. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Gwen Compton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just, as you were saying, asking Wayne about some of the points he brought up there. Have we had any further updates on whether the government will be providing any financial support for local government if they're wanting us to undertake more capital spending on top of everything else they keep delegating to us without providing either direct financial support or giving us more diverse funding tools?
Can I just respond with a sigh?
Unfortunately, I thought that was going to be the answer.
Next question.
So the government's wanting us to fund the double tracking and electrification up to Otaki, and then we'll rent the tracks back to Greater Wellington Council and KiwiRail.
Choo choo.
That's all from me.
So, Chief Executive, are you not going to raise up to the bait?
I tried and just got thrown out, so that might have been sending me a message. I now seem to be looking at you differently, so I don't know what the heck's happened at my end. But my answer was a big sigh, really. All the guidance we've received so far is that the government is going to help us with guidance and is going to put in place a whole lot of reporting structures so that they've got good data about what's going on. So I've got later today a session with local government chief executives where we'll be talking about some of this and trying to understand where they are getting to. It's fair to say that at the moment they don't see us as something as a sector that needs assistance. They expect us to be part of what's providing assistance. And the point that I'm trying to make on your behalf back is how difficult that is in your world when you've already heard both sides of things today. Get your rates down, and by the way, don't forget this, that, or the other thing that needs to be done. So just trying to portray that this is a really difficult environment for you to make decisions without upsetting somebody. So we're working on it, but no, I haven't got any sense of the sort of support that we could really benefit from at this stage.
I suppose just to follow up on that, have we had any visibility on whether the Epidemic Response Committee at Parliament is going to do anything with local government? They seem to be doing every other sector under the sun except us, and obviously some of the bigger councils, I think, as you've alluded to before. So if you're Auckland or if you're Wellington, we've got shares in an airport, and that's obviously not going to be delivering dividends anytime soon. So yeah, but you know, there's a lot of councils that have varying economic impacts from COVID-19. So it would strike me as something that you would hope would get brought up onto that committee's agenda as well, especially with the role that we're expected to play in terms of supporting the response now, but also the longer term recovery.
Look, I totally agree with what you're saying. I have had no sign that they are doing something through that committee, but it's actually a good question to ask today. I think we should be allowed our time to speak as a sector. I also think this is a great time for us to actually form real partnership with them, if they're willing, if we can get their attention. And I think that's definitely a government goal that I'd like to see us really push quite hard, because there's a lot of messages and a lot of misinformed messages out there already, in my view. It does frustrate me when people don't understand our circumstances, and so we do need to be out there talking about that.
Right.
Thank you.
We've got Councillor Elliott and then Councillor Coates.
Thank you. One of the most direct responses from government that I've seen was in the last 6 days. Economic Development Minister Phil Twyford made the statement that he did not encourage councils to slash their rates. In fact, it could cost us government funding. His exact words was, if we want government to be a partner, investing alongside councils in our communities, the government expects us to use our balance sheet to do our bit. And he recommended that there not be any reductions in rates in response to COVID-19. So if you hadn't seen that press release, that's what it says.
Thank you. Councillor James Coates and then Councillor Holbrook.
Wayne, it's sort of leading on from Gwyn's question. With the our council, along with other councils around the country responding to COVID-19, there comes a cost to that was unbudgeted. I think from memory, you've said there's over 30 staff directly involved in COVID response activities, whether it's in the EOC centre or driving a health shuttle and so forth. Are we just keeping track of the actual cost as best we can, so that if the conversation comes up, we are able to articulate what the cost has been to the ratepayer? And I guess I'm partly thinking if there is an opportunity down the track for some funding around COVID response, we've got some details.
Yes, we are. There aren't a great number of direct costs that we've had to pay, which I guess is a good thing. But yes, the big cost is the amount of staff time that has gone into that. And whilst we've done our best to use staff who otherwise couldn't be working, so we've diverted as many out of the aquatics and libraries, for example, as we can. Whole teams have been diverted into helping in that space, and in fact we've had up over 70 staff at peak working on shifts in the response. That's a quarter of our workforce or more. And we are definitely pulling together a record of what that is costing. It's significant, and it's kind of unrecognised, obviously. And as I've advised you before, the government at this stage does not believe that they will provide the wage support to us on the basis that we won't have lost 30% of our revenue. Our pools have lost 100% of their revenue, but they're not going to let us say it's just the pools. Ironically, if the pools was in an external organisation, and I'm not saying that's a good reason to do it, because it's not. Not to be thinking about this situation, but we've lost all of our revenue from things like that, and yet we still have to pay the costs, because the day they want the pools open, we have to be ready to go, don't we? So yeah, there are significant costs. It will be, I'm guessing it'll be north of $500,000, well north of $500,000 by the level 3.
Could we expect a report back to council on those figures at the appropriate time within the next 12 months or 18 months for staff to bring a report back on those direct costs?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, we can, yeah.
Thank you, Wayne.
Councillor Jocelyn Bravnov, then I'm going to move to the next item.
So thank you. Just following up on Councillor Coots's comments and your comments, Wayne. So you're saying that about a quarter of the staff have been diverted into other activities. So I'm just interested if you're able to provide any information about what actually BAU is not happening at council and what impacts that's going to have further down the line.
It'll probably be best if we wrap that all up in a sort of a review report. It's fair to say about the worst thing we could do right now is ask staff to prepare a report on what they're not doing right now.
So
they're really under a heap of pressure.
I appreciate that. So I'm not necessarily asking, I don't even necessarily want it in a report, but just to know that there's some areas in terms of normal BAU that aren't happening that, are problematic. Obviously some areas like parks and reserves, there's probably a lot less work happening there, but in some respects there might be different sorts of works there. I don't know, in terms of contractors, there's probably a lot less there, but that might have changed over the last few days. I don't know, but there must, I just wanting to know, what negative effects are going to result or are resulting from.
I think the chief executive. I think the chief executive has said that we probably need to approach this through a proper report. Having said that, I've been quite liberal in the sense that this is well beyond the public speaking time responses. So unless the chief executive has got an immediate response, I want to go on to the next item.
All I'd say is if there's a specific area you're worried about, ask us and we'll tell you, but everything has been slowed down.
Yeah, well, I suppose the question, if you don't actually know what question to ask, then you can't answer it. But anyway, I'm happy to move on. Thank you.
Right. The next item is leave of absence. Any leaves of absence? Put your hands up and tell us. No, everybody's going to be present. I suppose being online, we can do this even though you're in Timbuktu. Right, there's none. Item number 6, matters of an urgent nature. I've not been informed of any. Item number 7, mayor's report. There's no mayor's report. We now come to item 8.1, phase 1 of the Sustainable Community Support Package, and the staff member reporting on this is Group Manager for Corporate Services, Mark Dihas.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Through you, good morning, elected members, council officers, and members of the public that might be live streaming. I'm going to largely take the report as read, but I am going to just be working through my agenda, and I'll just touch on the key points as we go through. So if you do want to follow me as I'm speaking, I'm on page 6 of the agenda. And this report, as it says, is phase 1 sustained community support package. So there's a number of recommendations that we'll consider and vote on page 9. But principally, the purpose of this report is for you to retrospectively approve Council's multi-stage community support package, specifically phase 1. Sustain community support package that was publicly announced on the 9th of April. I'm on page 6 and I'm really landing on paragraph 6. So as you know, there's been significant announcements from central government in terms of financial support to individual businesses over the last 5 weeks. And as stated in the report, it's not the intention of this report to provide you chapter and verse of what that support is and what it entails. It's more lightly touched on, just to give you a greater awareness that there is support from the government available to businesses and individuals. But the report goes on to say that it is also the council's role to support the community as well. So I'm now moving on to page 7 of the agenda. One of the points that Wayne's already mentioned in public speaking time, that when we first discussed this with yourselves on the 7th of February, we said that it's likely going to take some time to recover from COVID-19, and given that we don't fully understand the impacts that it's having on the community, we should not empty the toolkit in one go. And for that reason, we've proposed a multi-stage community support package. And the way in which we're approaching recovering from COVID-19 is in 3 stages. The first stage is what we call sustain. Second stage is restore. And that's as we sort of come out of level 4, level 3, level 2, go to level 1, and then of course rebuild. So that's the framework that we've used to package the community support packages. And today we're asking for you to approve the phase 1 sustain community support package. There are 11 components to that support package, and they're bullet pointed in paragraph 10, which is on page 7 of the agenda. So I'll just quickly run you through those bullet points. And this has obviously been publicly released. So the first part of the community support package is that we will not be applying penalties to late payment of rates until the 30th of June 2020. The second bullet point is that we are providing a rates payment holiday to our ratepayers. That's for both property rates and water rates. And those are for instalments that fall due between the 1st of March 2020 to the 30th of June 2020. People that do want to make use of the ability to have a rates payment holiday must contact the council and must agree a repayment plan with the council. The important point that I should have stressed at the beginning is that this support package is for members of the community that are struggling financially from COVID-19. The third bullet point, or third part of the support package, is we will be waiving rent payments for 3 months for council's major tenants. The finance team or council is committing to paying our suppliers faster than normal. So our standard payment terms are the 20th of the month following the date of the invoice. We are now committing to paying all supply invoices within 7 days of receiving the invoice. For our customers, our non-rates customers that are struggling financially, we will be talking with them and can offer up to 90-day credit terms for them to settle those invoices. We will be looking to refund consent deposits and fees if an applicant applies to withdraw their application. For all our customers that have paid for food licenses, alcohol licenses, and outdoor dining licenses, for those that have fully paid those, we will be refunding 1/4 of those fees to them, because obviously through the lockdown they haven't been able to trade. In terms of procurement, from now onwards, we'll be increasing our weighting to try and procure as many of our services locally as possible. What we are doing now, and it's going extremely well, is that our community boards are repurposing their unallocated grants budgets for the current financial year. It's at their discretion. They are following the grant criteria as much as possible, but the funds are being repurposed to help those in the community struggling financially from COVID-19. We're also being flexible and encouraging repurposing of all remaining social investments grants in the current financial year. And the library book loans were extended by 6 weeks when we went into alert level 4 lockdown. In terms of process, for members of our community that would like to know more about this community support package, or would like to take one of these components up, they can contact the council via two telephone numbers, or they can actually go onto our website and they can register their interests online. We have a team that are set up to return the telephone calls, monitor the applications that are come on our website, follow up with those people that are applying, assist them and help them with those applications. I would like to report that as of today, as the report said, at the time of writing this report, we had 18 applications. We now have 48 applications that have been received by the council. Just under half of them are asking for a rate payment holiday, and 17% of them are either withdrawing their consent applications or will be being provided a 25% refund for those licences above. In terms of the further community support, you would have read I'm really now on paragraph 14. So the council is continuing to support the community through the EOC, and paragraph 15, in terms of community needs assessments, at the time of writing this report, the team had completed over 71 needs assessments. That is now well over 100. In terms of the legal considerations, as you've read, and we do have Tim Power to stand by, or on standby, but in terms of the council being able to refund a quarter of the fees for the alcohol licences, there is legislation that provides that you may do this for financial hardship, although that legislation doesn't actually exist. So Legal Counsel have fully reviewed our community support package and have raised no concerns, and have advised that we can defend this part of our community support package. In terms of tangata whenua considerations, as you would have read, that our iwi are, at the time of writing this report, they are working through their pandemic response plans. They are being supported by our EOC, as well as the Council's iwi partnerships team, and working with Te Whakaminenga o Kapiti. They have repurposed their budget, $90,000 of their current year financial budgets, and $30,000 has been paid to each iwi to help them as they also struggle through COVID-19. In terms of the exact costs of phase one, as the report says, we don't have the data from central governments showing us the uptake of members of our community with regards to their support packages. So at this stage, we simply cannot report to you with certainty what the phase one community support package is going to cost. Basic modelling is, as we believe, it's $233,000 plus. And we'll obviously continue to monitor that, and we'll report that back to you in financial updates that we do provide to the council. In terms of the subsequent phases of the community support package, so phase 2 and 3 being the restore and rebuild, we'll be working on what that may entail, and what that will include will largely depend on the cost of the phase 1 community support package, but it'll also depend on how our community is being impacted by COVID-19. And with each day, we become wiser to that as well. In terms of publicity, as I said, we did have a briefing with councillors on the 7th of February. This was agreed to in principle, and just before Easter, on Thursday the 9th, this was publicly announced. We have set up the infrastructure. You can contact the council to register your interest online or by telephone. So it is up and running, and as I said, we've already had 48 applications. So Mr. Mayor, thank you. That's my very quick overview of the paper, and I'll hand back to you.
Right. Councillor Angela Buswell, who is also portfolio holder for business and jobs, has signaled that she'd like to move the resolution, but before then we've got questions. First up is Jocelyn Prapanov, then Bernie Randall. Jocelyn.
So thank you, Mark, for running through that presentation. I just wanted to highlight paragraph 10, bullet point 9, which relates to the community boards. I know there's been quite a lot of discussion about whether or not funds are going to, unspent funds are going to be carried over to the following financial year. And I would like and so we're actually going to be moving this later in this morning's proceedings. I'd like to potentially include another addition to that bullet point 9, or another clause there saying that any unspent funds will be carried over into the next financial year.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, this has certainly come up before, and if it's the will of the council to make that recommendation, then we can certainly accommodate that. These grants that the community boards are repurposing are obviously funded by rates, and so we're certainly open to the unallocated grants being rolled over, carried over, but that's certainly your decision. We would be surprised if the community boards weren't repurposing all of their unallocated funds prior to 30th of June.
So I know with the Waikanae Community Board, there's maybe just under $30,000. And so I suppose it's quite important for the Waikanae Community Board to know where we sit, so we can either make a really good effort to go out there and try and spend the funds, or take a cautionary approach, knowing that it's going to be carried over for the following year.
So Mark, do we need to change the resolution, the addition, or staff can do this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Yes, we will need to just draft an additional recommendation. So we will need to just pause for a couple of minutes. If we perhaps continue with questions, and we can draft some wording to put to.
Can I ask a question first, please, Mr. Mayor? A clarifying question of the councillor. Are you referring to the Capital Improvement Fund, councillor?
No, so I'm referring to the Promotion of Waikanae Fund and the Discretionary Fund. The Waikanae Capital Grants Fund is completely separate. That if that money's not spent, that is automatically rolled over.
Yeah, that was why I was asking, because it just adds to the principle. I wasn't aware you had $30,000 left in the other two.
Yeah, so
funds.
that fund is slightly more than 30,000.
Capital Improvement Fund is, but the other two,
yes. Yeah, so we got some figures yesterday, and I think, are you there, Jill? I think it's just below. We actually spent a bit of money yesterday, so it's maybe between 25 and 30,000.
So okay, staff are going to put some words together for an additional resolution. In the meantime, we've got the next question, Bernie Randall.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Mark, you talked about refunding a quarter of the fees for food, alcohol, and outdoor dining. But would you, this area, these type of businesses are the most going to be most affected. Would you look at, say, suspending any fees for them until the end of the year, to go a bit further than what you have?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, with this particular part, so the short answer is no. The phase 1 community support package is tabled before you in the report, and those are the component parts. Should council wish to change that, that's your decision to make today. That particular tranche, I can advise that the team are proactively contacting all those customers and refunding a 25% of those fees. That's one part of the community support package that we aren't waiting for those customers to contact us. So we're being very proactive in that space. And just a reminder that this is the first tranche of the community support package that came out very quickly. And there is a second tranche and a third tranche. And of course, when we consider what's included in those subsequent community support packages, we'll be looking at, are there any parts of the phase 1 that need to be extended or need to be changed and modified and enhanced?
Right, thank you.
Very good. Now the next is Angela Buswell, then Rob McCann, then Janet Hopper. Angela.
Thank you. Just in terms of repurposing funding in different council areas, we've done it with the community board. Is it possible to reallocate funds such as the events fund, particularly in that ED space, whether that could be repurposed to some kind of economic development grant kind of system? As we know that the events will not be taking place this side of Christmas, and yet most of our events are on this side of Christmas. So, yeah, is it possible to easily do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Look, all this is coming into the fold. Apologies for maybe repeating myself, but we are obviously we have set up the infrastructure for the first phase of the community support package. We are tallying up those costs. We are looking at what may or may not be included in package 2 and 3. So it's on the table at the moment. We're looking at everything. We are working under urgency. We did get the infrastructure set up very quickly so that the community can contact us to make use of the support package. So everything's on the table right now, and as we'll discuss in the next report, the draft annual plan, is that the work-ons between now and June is looking at what budgets could be repurposed to report back by the 4th of June.
That's great, thank you, and totally appreciate how you guys are working under the pump, so thank you.
Right, so Rob McCann.
Thank you very much. I just one clarification with alcohol licenses. Are we just referring to businesses or those people holding managers' certificates working in the area?
I may refer to Angela or Natasha on this, if that's okay.
Yes, you can. Kia ora tātou. Yes, so we've had a look at the manager certificate issue and appreciate that there's been some questions in the community about that. It is a little different to the alcohol licenses in the fact that a lot of the renewals in that space last for 3 years, so it's not an annual renew cycle like you might see for the alcohol licensing for businesses. It's also a little bit harder for us to target those who are specifically impacted. There are some certificate holders who still are able to work at the moment, whether they're working in supermarkets or elsewhere, and those who have certificates from our council aren't necessarily working in our district still, because these certificates transfer with the certificate holder. It's not tied to specific businesses, so it's a little bit harder and a little bit more blunt for us to be able to target the particular people that we would want to for a support package like this. So at the moment, our scope is to retain it at the alcohol licensing business space rather than the personal manager certificate space.
Thank you.
Right, Janet Holbrook.
I waited to be unmuted. There we are. Thank you for this report, and I think it's really wonderful the quick work that's been done to support our community through this part of the package. I just wanted a bit of clarification on point 15 around our welfare line. Could I have an update about, I understand there's a number of relationships that have been developed with community organisations to respond to those needs assessments. Could I have a wee bit of an update on that, because there's no kind of information on what happens to those needs assessments once they're carried out in the report.
Who's responding to that?
I'll respond, Mr. Mayor. We're probably not really able to give you a detailed answer because that's all happening out of the EOC, and as far as I know, James is not online today. But if you're okay, we'll just, it does come out in the daily updates that you're getting, but if you'd like some more information, then we'll get something to circulate to you.
So I'm more concerned that the report is for public consumption as well, and I think members of the public might be interested in what's happening with those service requests and things. So it's not just for my own information, but also in terms of the kind of the information getting out there, because there's no mention of it there could be a presumption that we're also carrying out the on the ground work when that might not be the case. Another question I had was, very unfortunately, some businesses and members of the community, particularly businesses, have been identified during the government's response as taking advantage of some of these offers of support, in terms of businesses that don't need rent holidays asking for them and things like that. So how are we ensuring that we're targeting this help to the right people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Look, one of the key points really of the community support package is it's not open to everyone. The qualifying criteria is people must be struggling financially due to COVID-19, and when they aren't required to provide financial statements or chapters and verse and lots of documentation. So it's being assessed on a case-by-case basis. In terms of how do we know that we're targeting the people that are really struggling, we have made a public announcement that we have it. Between issuing this report, we've gone from 18 to 48. We know that our community boards are advocating in the community and raising the awareness of the support package that we have, and we are our sort of starting position is that this is to support those in the community that are struggling, and the qualifying criteria are set very low as appropriate.
Thank you.
Martin Holliday.
Hi, I have four things, but firstly, well, the fourth one was just leading on from what Janet said. Just having a look at the points 8, 9 and 10, it's not really very clear that that these packages are for specifically targeted people that are in hardship for COVID-19. I'm sure we could assume that that would be the case, but how that to me reads, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's sort of a general package that generally everyone can apply to and generally will get a response to. So there might just need to be a little bit of a playing around in the wording with that, clarifying that it is for those that are specifically impacted by the COVID-19 situation, because we know that there are businesses that are, and there are businesses that are not as well. One thing I did want to comment on was the regards to the point around the major tenants getting a rent return. I just wanted to voice that there's more than likely small tenants, and I could be corrected in this, that are perhaps in more hardship than perhaps major tenants. It could be people that are renting halls or such like. I look at the Ocean Road place as being an example that could perhaps use relief in these areas rather than just major tenants. Is there a way to sort of incorporate?
Okay, Martin, can you just pause there and then see whether Mark is going to answer for that question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Thank you, Councillor. Paragraph 10 of the report does actually say that the support package is for those that are struggling financially due to COVID-19. That's what we have on our website. So there's a very fine balancing act that we need to play here. We know in good times, we know where we've had rates remissions for financial hardship. The wording that we've used there has actually put people off. People haven't wanted to apply for it. So we definitely want to help those in the community that need it. It is for those that are struggling financially. We don't want to overplay it. It is stated on the website in the report. And as I said, the qualifying criteria has been deliberately set low so that we can help those that need it. It is not open to everyone. If you aren't struggling financially and don't need additional support from the council, then you wouldn't be applying that. So no, it's not a support package that's open to the entire community. It is open to those that are struggling financially due to COVID-19. In terms of the major tenants, that this is a multi-stage approach to make sure that we help those. And the major tenants, there is qualifying criteria on that. One of them is the tenants that spend more than $2,000 a month. Absolutely take your point that there will be smaller tenants that are struggling as well, and that's precisely why this is a multi-stage community support package.
Thank you for that, Mark. Because I did make a note here, I assume that these, and this is a general feeling I've been getting in all the conversations we've had, that this is under constant review as we're all moving forward, because the situation still is unfolding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, Councillor. This is constantly being monitored and under review.
Yeah, great. The second thing, through you, Mr. Mayor, is Grey Power asked in their letter coming through for a consideration of extending the penalties, the penalty holiday with regards to rates. I'm assuming that would sort of get picked up in this ongoing review sort of scenario. Would that be correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct, Councillor. That will certainly be monitored closely.
Cool. The third thing is just building on what Jocelyn was saying in regards to the rollover. I didn't quite get the answer whether it's happening. From our perspective as a community board, we are still seeing this or looking at this as an unfolding situation and want to be wary about where we are putting our spend, that it's not a knee-jerk reaction spend, because there is a lot of government support there as well. So we'd be very interested in being able to roll our funds over to make sure that we can, make the most most benefit, if you like, for our community when the time we feel is right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I have sent some draft wording to Nita that she can hopefully, if it's the will of the council to move that recommendation, we have some draft wording for you. I think the key point to raise is it does make sense to carry over unallocated grants from this year to the next. I think that I do need to labour the point that, again, this is unprecedented as well. This is OPEX funding that we don't actually roll over from one year to the next. So again, this is in response to COVID-19, that if community boards aren't able to repurpose those grants, should you vote on it today, then you'll have that ability. But it's not something we normally do, and it's just, again, another sign that we are responding quite differently to COVID-19.
And thank you for that, Mark, because my view would be that it would only be for this year. It would not be something that would be ongoing. But thank you for your responses.
Councillor James Coates.
Good morning, Mark. Nice to see you again. I've just got 3 questions. Councillor Randall raised the question around the health licences, etc., and potentially extending that. I'm not too sure whether that's going to be put on the table for us to vote for, but if it was, I'm going to assume that staff haven't prepared the actual cost of that. Could you please clarify, if we know, in case that is put to council to vote for, what the cost is, or if you have that information?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. No, we wouldn't have costed the extension of that. At the moment, we've just got a rough estimate. The cost of 25% of those refunds will be in the vicinity of $38,000. That's a very rough estimate. So again, if you're wanting to make changes to the support package that's already out in the public, that's your decision to do so today. But we haven't costed up much more of that. We are simply waiting for applications to come in and working through the cost of it each and every day.
Thank you. So the answer is we don't have any further financial detail around extending that package further.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct, Councillor.
Can I add a comment, please, Mr. Mayor? The point we've been trying to emphasise is the support package 1 dealt with the period through to 30th of June. I don't really see that it would be right for us to fund next year's costs out of this year's budget. So what we're trying to say to you is the next time we come to you with what the next round of support looks like, it will be for next financial year, out of next financial year's budget. So that's why we're delineating it as at 30 June. So we're not saying we don't see that need building, but we are saying that the appropriate time for us to do that is out of next year's budget.
Thank you, Wayne. And if I could be clear, I definitely agree with the approach. And just wanted to make sure that we're in a good position to make decisions if it comes up later in the meeting to proceed with that suggestion. The second one I have is around the rates relief we already have in place, which is the 204,000, and also the water relief, which is 175,000. This is prior to COVID-19, as staff know. Are we relaxing the criteria on that in light of COVID-19?
May I just briefly speak to that? It's Jacinta speaking. Morena, everyone. In general, I guess, in terms of that sort of rough 200,000 that's provided through the budget currently to support those that are in suffering hardship due to rates, at the moment that pull on that fund is almost oversubscribed already. In terms of applications that we've sent out there and the number of applications we've received in terms of people really struggling and needing some help. In terms of repurposing it, absolutely we would look to do that, but at this stage I think we are trying to make sure that we don't oversubscribe that existing funding of 200,000.
Thank you, Jacinta. Lastly, and look, I might be wrong in raising this now, so I'm happy to be corrected. But in the previous discussions, we've talked about the 250K recovery package, and I don't see that outlined in this paper. Should it be, or am I wrong in the sense that it comes later?
That's next year's budget, Councillor. This is funding out of this year's budget.
Thank you, Wayne.
That is part of the annual plan.
Thank you. I didn't think I saw it in there either. But look, I'll have a closer look as we go through the meeting, and I have no further questions.
Okay, Sophie Henford.
I just wanted to really briefly, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this, so feel free to tell me, Guru, if this isn't the right space to say this, but I just wanted to thank the staff for their work in this area, especially in the welfare space, with being involved with self-isolation support, and now having that support from staff working alongside the newly established student volunteer armies. So now all of the grocery requests are going through there, and there's a great partnership being formed between that student volunteer army group and the EOC and the staff at council. So I just wanted to say that we really appreciate that, and I know the community appreciates it. So it's cool to see some community and council collaboration on some of this stuff really starting to happen. So not really a question, but
Very good. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure the staff appreciate the acknowledgement. Can we, Tanika, can we have the resolutions, including the new one, on the screen?
There we go.
Okay, and the new one is resolution
Number 34.
Right, and I know Councillor Buswell wanted to move this. Councillor Buswell, do you want to move it and then introduce the resolutions, and then we can go on to debate?
I'll move recommendation number 29 through to 34.
Can I have a seconder for that?
Yes, I'll second that.
You need to put your hand up. So, Jocelyn Pravnov.
Yeah, can we clarify? I thought the process was that we put our hand up when we were going to second a resolution.
That's
rather
right.
than verbally do so, which I'd done, but happy for Jocelyn to second this, but just clarifying the process. Thanks.
I think I'd signal to everybody that you put your hand up, and I have a seconder to move it. So, Martin Holiday, did you put your hand up first? So, seconded by Martin Holiday, moved by Councillor Buswell, seconded by Martin Holiday. Councillor Buswell, do you want to speak on the resolution? Councillor Boswell, do you want to speak to the resolution?
Yes, I would, thank you. I would just like to acknowledge that in this phase one, it certainly points out that we are all in this together. And no,
Sound has gone off.
can you hear me?
No, we can hear you now. Go on, Angela.
I'm sorry, I have unmuted myself, so I don't know why no one can hear me.
I can hear you. Everybody can hear Angela?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, councillor.
Oh, great. Okay. Do I want to speak to the recommendations? No.
Okay. It's now open for debate. Anybody? Martin Holiday, and then Jocelyn.
Okay. I just wanted to say that
this is getting difficult. What's happened? So Angela, you're not speaking to it. So now it's open for debate. Martin Holiday, do you want to debate this?
No, I'm actually, I was just putting my hand up to support the motion. I guess building on what Angela was saying, she was saying that they were all, what she's seeing is that we're all in this together. I certainly have been getting that feeling with regards to what I've been hearing through the briefings. And I'm looking forward to working with senior management, all council staff, our community and fellow councillors as we move forward in this area in very uncertain times. And I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, but I think we've still got a long way to go. I know we've got a long way to go. I'll be supporting this as it stands. Thank you.
Jocelyn Prabno.
Thank you. So I'd just actually like to ask a question in relation to, I think it was paragraph 34, the screen's now disappeared. The fact that that money, if it's carried over, is to be used for COVID-19. So I just want to ask the question, what people actually think about the fact that
Councillor Jocelyn, we are now in debate point. Time for questions have gone.
I would like to suggest that paragraph 34 doesn't have the caveat that it's repurposed for COVID-19.
Councillor Prabno, the motions, the recommendations have been moved and seconded. We are now in debate.
Okay.
So I'd like to move an amendment to motion 34.
Yep.
So it just reads, the council approves the community boards to carry over any unspent 2019-20 grants to 2020-21, full stop.
Is that accepted by the mover?
If it's accepted,
yes, I'm happy with that.
But it would have to be accepted by the mover, who's
Yeah, but the mover accepted it.
Or else we can move the amendment and then vote on that.
Angela, you've accepted the change?
I'm happy to accept that change, Janet.
Fantastic. Just in terms of providing a little bit of reasoning, it's hard to know exactly what is a purpose for COVID-19 and what isn't. So, you know, anything to do with recovery or community building or anything like that. So I'm also just simple, and then it allows the community boards that freedom to rebuild their communities as they see fit.
Right. So we're just going to. Do we have a seconder for that amendment?
It's been accepted by the mover and the seconder. As long as Martin accepted it as well, I don't think we need a mover and a seconder.
Right. Right, so I'm going to put the amendment to the floor. All those in favor for the amendment 34, press the button yes, and those who are against it, press no.
Who's the seconder for the amendment? Was that Jocelyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got Mr. Halliday. So is it Councillor Halliday or Councillor Pravanov?
Doesn't worry me as long as but I am happy with the amendments.
Okay, look.
So for the so I have Councillor Buswell and Councillor Halliday moving and seconding the amendment, and I have 9 votes yes and 0 votes no.
So we can't have the mover of the substantive motion also moving the amendment. So we're either, so there's 2 options as I see it procedurally, and I'd be happy to be corrected by the Chief Executive or the Mayor. The first one is that the mover and the seconder just accept the amendment, in which case we don't need a vote. Or we have a mover and a seconder of the amendment, which would have to be 2 different people for the substantive motion, and then we vote on that.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. Listening, my understanding was the mover and seconder of the original motions were happy with the amendment you proposed, so that's part of the substantive motion. It's not an amendment. So the substantive motion is 29 to 34 with the struck out piece there that you can see.
So we need to vote on it.
Seconded by Councillor Halliday.
So it's been accepted by Buswell and Halliday, so it becomes part and parcel of the substantive motion. Am I right?
That's correct.
So the voting is superfluous in the sense. So we go back now to the substantive motion.
Which I think you did vote on, but it's, if you'd like to be comfortable, you can do it again.
Yes. No. So we are moving all resolutions 29 to 34. Can we have it back on the screen, please? Moved by Councillor Buswell and seconded by Councillor Halliday. Can we just redo that one, please? All those in favor say yes, and those against say no.
So I can't.
Okay.
So we currently have 10 yes votes and 0 no votes.
Okay, that's moved. Thank you very much. And I'll go to report 8.2, the 2020-21 annual plan. The reporting officer, Chris Pierce, manager of corporate planning and reporting.
Mr. Chair, it had been suggested that you take a break after that report. I don't know if you wish to or not, but you should advise it, please.
Because this one is going to take longer, right?
I'm not sure. It looks like there's a lot of nods.
Yeah, what would 10 minutes be all right? I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, we just had a comment from Councillor Elliott. I don't know if she still wanted to debate.
Well, debate what?
Yeah, no.
She just said that her vote wasn't counted.
Was that right? Or didn't she?
The second time it was put to the vote, no, but it has been moved and voted on, so you can't take.
So, yeah, it's been moved and voted on, and we're finished with the item. We're on to the next one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for that. But now we're taking a 10 minutes break. 11:30. 11:30. Would that be fine?
11:30.
Yeah. So we're back at 11:30.
If participants could just mute themselves and turn their video screens off and then not log out.
to shoot off to another appointment. So apologies, you'll have to put up with me. What the attack is I will, like I did for the previous report, because this is new and it's a significant report, I will I will navigate my way through the report, and I'll tell you where I am, and I'll highlight the key points. We'll go through the whole report without questions, and then we do have a presentation that I'll take you through. I'll take you through a slideshow. And then, of course, hand over back to the Mayor, and we'll answer questions, etc., etc. So, Mr. Mayor, hopefully you're okay with that approach.
Yep, certainly.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So I am on page 10 of the agenda, which is the start of the report titled the 2020-21 Draft Annual Plan. I'm going to actually probably make my way through to page, I'm going to start talking to you about page 16, paragraph 41. But before I do, I'll just give a very quick overview of what's in the report prior to paragraph 41. So just for the benefit of everybody, obviously we commenced developing this annual plan way back in November last year, working with our budget managers and the senior leadership team. And from February, we started public workshops with yourselves, and through our journey with you, we actually completed 5 public workshops, and we managed to do that prior to COVID-19 alert level 2, 3, and 4. And as the report says, lots of work was done. There was lots of consideration. There were additional budget provision costs was put into the draft budgets. And on the 10th of March was the last public workshop, where some more items were put into the workshop, and that was showing a draft or a draft average rates increase of 5.7%. So at that point, we were preparing a consultation document, and we were preparing to come back to council and table a report for you to consider a 5.7% draft or average rates increase. COVID-19 took over, and we obviously all realised that we needed to revisit the annual plan. And we then had 2 subsequent briefings with yourselves where officers discussed various options of how we could proceed with an annual plan, and also options to reduce the budget. And what I'll be taking you through today is officer recommendations for you to consider to reduce the average rates increase from 5.7% right down to 2.6%. I'll go through the items on page 41 with you, and I'll also talk to you about the risks of that. What we did get a clear steer of is if we go through these items and you agree to the 2.6%, none of these recommendations change the levels of service. And 2.6% is well below what's provided in year 3 of the long-term plan, which had an average rates increase of 3.8%. So nothing in these recommendations triggers the need to publicly consult, and I'll take you through how we propose to inform the community of what's in the annual plan and what's proposed for next year through an information campaign. So I'll take you through that too. So if I could just really ask you to please go to page 16 of your agenda, paragraph 41, and I'm just going to pause to allow you some time to get there. Thank you. I hope you're all with me. So through you, Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to take draw through is what officers are recommending in terms of adjustments for you to consider and vote on later in terms of reducing the average rates increase from 5.7 down to 2.6%. So the first item there is to amend growth assumption to reflect the actual rating unit growth as of the 31st of March 2020. So, in terms of the included in 5.7% was an assumption of growth in our rating units by 0.7%. As at the 31st of March, the growth in our rating units actually physically achieved this year is only 0.4%. So our recommendation to you is that we need to be prudent. COVID-19 has obviously slowed down that growth. The construction sector has slowed down and we've been in lockdown. So we would like to recommend that we revise our budgeted growth rates in next year's annual plan. So it's not 0.7, we need to revise that downwards to 0.4. So that actually increases your rates by 0.3%. The second item is what we think the the $233,000. This is the estimated cost of the Phase 1 community support package, the report that we've just discussed earlier before the break. So the key messages there is this is our best estimate at this time. This is the borrowing costs that the council will incur for the top-up funding of cash shortfalls that will arise as a result of the community support package. So that is a recommendation that we include that in the rates funding requirement for next year. It is interest costs on the borrowings that are needed to fund the community support package Phase 1. The third item in the table is to remove additional items proposed at the 10th of March. So refer to the table at paragraph 31, including interest savings on CapEx no longer required. It may be helpful actually if I probably should, for transparency, move to paragraph 31, and I'll do so, and I'll ask you to do the same. That's paragraph 31 is on page 14. And I'll allow you a couple of minutes to get to where I am. I'm on page 14 and I'm on paragraph 31. Thank you. I will continue and I'll go through this line by line. So these were the additional items that were considered and councillors requested to be included in the draft annual plan budget. And this is what gave rise to a 5.7% average rates increase. Now, these items were added in last, and we commonly refer to them as the last in, first out items. So given we're facing the challenges of COVID-19, our recommendation is that we take these out. So what are these? So we've got, we included some additional budget, and I'm going to move through this pretty quickly as I will assume the report's been read, but we did include some additional budget on top of what we've already got to respond to the climate emergency, and an allowance for installing 4 public recycling stations for waste minimisation. In terms of housing access and affordability, we included some more funding to increase our ability to deliver the recommendations in the Housing Needs and Opportunities Assessment. We actually provided for some small budgets for the community boards for localism. That was some OPEX funding and some CapEx funding. $80,000 of OPEX, so $20,000 of OPEX each, and some CapEx, $10,000 of CapEx funding for each community board for localism. We've also then increased the capital budget. We provided more funding, more CapEx funding for the design of a new Waikanae library. And then below that, in the Ngā Manu Nature Reserve, we wanted to co-fund a provincial growth fund bid to upgrade the visitor centre at Ngā Manu Reserve. And then we also added some CapEx to install a disabled toilet at the Otaki's Theatre. And Ruatai Park signage, we increased, we provided some capital budget to install some navigational signage at the park. So that total, in terms of OPEX, we added $350,000 of OPEX to the budget. That equated to 0.7% increase to the rates number, which is why we ended on an average rates increase of 5.7%. And the CapEx program went up by $2.84 million, and the borrowings went up by the same amount. So that's where we were. And this is what we're proposing in that line item, to take all of that out. And what I will do is I will be taking you through the risks of that a little bit later. So could I please ask you to navigate back to page 16, paragraph 41. I'm still going to be taking you through the officer recommendations to reduce rates from 5.7%. So to recap, the third item of the table, remove the additional items proposed at the 10th of March, refer to the table of paragraph 31, including interest savings on CapEx no longer required. That's taking all of that out. That's the whole CapEx, additional CapEx budget of 2.84 million. And the OPEX is 428,000. Now, I had been asked previously, why is that different to 350,000 above? And that's because by stripping out the CapEx, we're not incurring the borrowings, we're not incurring the interest costs. So the interest costs that we're not incurring is added to the 350 because we're saving too. So that's all coming out because interest is funded through rate. Now we get onto our significant officer recommendations that we, if it was not for COVID-19, we certainly wouldn't be making these recommendations. So the fourth item in the table is inflation. So what we're recommending to councillors is to remove the allowance for inflationary increases in all of our operating costs. This includes our personnel costs. Now the impact that that has is it reduces the OPEX budget by $1.27 million. So it reduces the rates revenue requirement by $1.27 million, or has a downward, it's applying downward pressure of 1.9%. Moving down to the next item, again, we've never done this before, and this is due to COVID-19. So what we're recommending is that we don't increase any of our fees and user charges for next year over and above what we're charging this year. The report does table that in addition to that, there are 3 fees and user charges that we're actually recommending a decrease. So, but fundamentally, what we're saying is across the board, no increases to fees and user charges next year. Normally the starting positions, they go up by inflation, or they have to go up by, certain additional cost pressure. But this recommendation is we do not increase fees and user charges. Now, the impact that this has is that fees and user charges effectively reduce the rates requirement or the rates funding that is required. So as soon as we reduce the additional revenue stream, it means that we need to increase our rates. So that's why the table is saying, well, that recommendation is actually increasing your rates by $240,000. And we're doing that because we're putting ourselves in the shoes of our community, and we don't feel that it's prudent to be asking them to pay more for services at this time. Going down to the next item, recovery funding, and this was what Councillor Coots raised a little bit earlier. So we've had much discussion on our multi-stage community support package. We are living through phase 1 at the moment. We're monitoring it, and once we know the final costs of that phase 1 package, and we know that we're clearer on the impacts of COVID-19 on the community, we will roll out phase 2 and 3. So this is a recommendation that as a starter for 10, we include $250,000 in next year's budget towards the cost of those packages, as they will be needed. So this is still increasing the rates revenue requirement. So moving down to the next row, no additional depreciation funding in 2021. So again, so the impact of this recommendation is to reduce the rates revenue by $1.2 million. So again, this is an unprecedented recommendation that we're making only in light of COVID-19. So the council has not fully funded depreciation for some time, and our financial strategy is positioned to close the non-funded depreciation gap. For every dollar of depreciation that we don't fund through rates, we are funding through borrowings. And that has a significant impact. And the borrowings that we have had to issue because we're not fully funding the depreciation actually peaks over, it's a cumulative effect, and it peaks at over $50 million. So the financial strategy is aimed at fully closing the non-funded depreciation gap, getting us to a point where we fully fund our depreciation so that we can repay down our borrowings to best position ourselves for significant infrastructure, asset replacement and upgrades in 2040. So what we're saying with this recommendation, we need to deviate from the plan in our financial strategy, given the circumstances we're in. And what we're saying is that we're recommending that for next year, we do not increase funding of depreciation. So we hold it steady at the same level for the current financial year. So included in the 5.7%, we were going to fund an additional $1.2 million of depreciation. And our recommendation before you today is to not do that under the current circumstances. And then lastly, as you know, we are working through our financials. We gave you a snapshot of the financials a couple of weeks ago, as at the 31st of March, and that indicated that in terms of the impacts of COVID-19 at that stage, was that a lot of our capital works this year won't be able to be completed next year, which gave rise to potentially a $41 million capex budget next year. So we know we can't deliver that. And so what we're committing to is we obviously need the time to work through that in more detail to understand what we can and cannot do, particularly as we transition between level 3, level 2, level 1. So at this stage, we're saying that we must cap the capex budget for next year at $38 million. Now that's the quantified limit in our financial strategy. So what that means is that the financial strategy says that your annual capex spend should not exceed $38 million. Further down in the report, it does suggest that through officers reviewing these forecasts, and as more information comes to light, the proposed capex budget for next year is already sitting at just $37 million. So what does all of that mean? That means that we've done a reduction of, if you approve all these recommendations, you'll be reducing the rates requirement by $2.19 million. And your average rates increase will be sitting at 2.6%. You'll also be reducing capex of $4 million, and that's to take it from $41 million down to 37, where it's currently at now, with more work to do in that space. So I wanted to just take you through a couple of risks. We do want to make sure that you're as informed as you possibly can on these recommendations. So we do want to highlight the risks of these decisions. So I'm moving down, I'm really staying on page 16, and I'm going to take you through paragraphs 42 onwards. So the growth assumption adjustment. So our strategy has always been never to budget for growth that's never going to happen. We've always been conservative. We've always placed the council in a position where if growth exceeds budget, that's a much better position to be in, as opposed to the other way. If you budget for growth that never happens, it just puts undue pressure on our ratepayers. So we believe that it is prudent and sensible to, given the uncertainties of COVID-19 on the construction sector, we believe that we should put a stake in the ground today and include in our budget for next year growth based on actual growth as at the 31st of March. So in terms of the community support package, this risk is no longer there as you've already voted and approved the community support package. So I'll move on. In terms of, I'm now on paragraph 47, and what I'm talking to you about is our recommendation to take the last and first out items out. That's the $350,000 worth of OPEX and $2.8 million of CAPEX. Now, we're recommending that you do that because if you take those items out, we actually still do have some budget remaining to progress waste minimisation and carbon emission reduction initiatives. We can address the housing access and affordability issues, and we can actually still progress the development of a long-term solution for the Waikanae Library. We just wouldn't have been able to, we just can't do it at the rate that we were hoping to if that budget was remained in the budget. Sorry, if those funds remained in next year's budget. In terms of the Ngā Manu Nature Reserve, they are continuing to progress their application for their visitor centre with the Provincial Growth Fund. We at this point, it is our recommendation that we closely monitor that situation, but given the uncertainties of COVID-19, we're recommending that we do continue to monitor that very closely with them, but don't commit any funding to that at this point in time. So no increase to fees and charges in 2021. What we're flagging to you here is when we considered this approach, we did put ourselves in the shoes of our ratepayers in our community that are struggling financially, that want to make use of our services, but may not be able to afford to do so. So it seems entirely prudent and sensible to hold the line and not increase those fees, as well as we've also looked at those fees and user charges, and we've identified 3 of them where we will be actually reducing the fees and charges, and that's noted in paragraph 51 below. We're also very conscious that we don't want to suffer financial risk. So if we make the costs of accessing our facilities too high for our ratepayers, they won't access our facilities, and there will be financial loss just through that. So we want our ratepayers to be able to use our facilities, and so for that reason we recommend that you hold the line on those fees and user charges, and we don't want to lose any public trust or confidence in us if we make things too affordable for them to enjoy. I'm going to move down to paragraph 44 and talk to you about there's no increase to fixed and variable water rates. So that's one of our recommendations as well. We do know that there is concern in the community that with COVID-19 and the requirement to wash your hands more frequently, there are some ratepayers that are genuinely concerned that their water rates bill is going to increase dramatically. We know that at $1.19 for 1,000 litres, it's unlikely that'll happen, but nevertheless, we've heard what the community is saying, and we believe that in terms of our water rates, fixed and variable charges, that at this time we actually can afford to not increase those fees for those rates for next year. So what we're saying is we'll keep the fixed charge and the variable charge for next year the same as it is this year. Now, as you know, the water account is a closed account, and the water account includes the water rates revenue and the costs of providing supplying and providing potable water. And it's a closed account, and water metering has been extremely successful, and we've had a water account deficit. And the council is always committed to getting to a point where we can fully recover our costs of providing potable water, but do it in an affordable way for the community, because we ultimately want to get the water account back into the black. So we have been doing this over several years, and again, given COVID-19, given the concern that people's water rates will be going up, given the on some households with their rate top, we believe that it's okay to slow down the rate at which we're effectively clearing the water account. And I'll show what that actually looks like in the presentation a little bit later. I'm now going to talk to you about paragraphs 61 to 64. I've already highlighted this mainly in terms of the additional depreciation funding to close the non-funded depreciation gap. So ordinarily, we would be closing that gap to fully fund the depreciation, because at the moment we are not fully funding depreciation, and having to, for every dollar of depreciation that we're not funding through rates, we're increasing our borrowings. And we want to get to a point as quickly as possible, affordably, that we're fully funding the depreciation to allow us to repay debt, to be best placed for that significant infrastructure replacement in 2040. Again, as I've laboured, that this certainly wouldn't be a recommendation we'd put on the table for you to consider, but under COVID-19, what we're saying is for next year, don't increase your depreciation funding. So that's $1.2 million relief to the rates requirement. The impact that they will have, what's the risk? Well, there's effectively, straight away, there's a $1.2 million cash shortfall. That'll be funded by borrowings, which means that will increase the borrowings that we've had to issue because we're not fully funding the depreciation. That means that there will be consequential borrowing costs. But when we look at some slides in the future, overall, it's a responsible recommendation and a responsible decision for you to make today, because we do still, in terms of the impact it has on our borrowings profile, we still stay below the quantified limit on our borrowings. So now sort of just run you through the 2020 paragraph 65. So we've talked to you about the capital works program. We are looking at that. We do need to spend more time on it. The quantified limits on CapEx in terms of our financial strategy is $38 million. At one point in our journey, it was sitting at $1 million. Officers have now managed to get that down to just under $37 million. We'll continue to work on that. We will be reporting back to you on the 4th of June what we found and what our recommendations are for you to consider for the final annual plan documents as more information comes to light. Paragraph 66 is, as you know, the Council has submitted projects to the Crown Infrastructure Partners to be considered by the government. As already noted by the Chief Executive this morning, our key message there is if all our projects were approved and we were starting to do significant capital work that did trigger our significant engagement policy, we would have to consult with the community if those shovel-ready projects were approved and the green light was given, as that would certainly top us over the $38 million quantified limit. As we always do, when we consult on the draft annual plan, officers continue to work hard to find ways in which we can reduce rates even further for you. There's some work-ons. We know that next year's depreciation is going to have a big impact on next year's budget. You'll see that in my slideshow. So we're looking at, we're doing some asset revaluations this year. We're looking at that. We're looking at our CapEx program. And as alluded to earlier today, we'll also be looking at some budgets next year that could potentially be repurposed to help finance the stage 2 and stage 3 community support packages. I'm now on paragraph 72. I'll talk to you a little bit about recommendation to not formally consult. I said to you before, the year 3 of the long-term plan, which is the 2020-21 financial year, our long-term plan, which involved extensive community consultation, had a provision to increase rates by 3.8%. Where we're at today is before you have got recommendations which brings the rates increase down to 2.6%. That's lower than what's provided for in our long-term plan. And we're not proposing any changes to our current levels of service. That means, and we're also not proposing any changes to any of our strategic assets. So when you put all that together, that means that we do not need to formally consult with our community. But what we do want to do and what we propose to you is that we inform the community of what's in the annual plan and what we're doing and what our average rates increase is. And so we'll be doing that by way of an information document that will be being made available online. We'll be doing extensive radio advertising. We will be including a 2-page insert together with the fourth quarter rates instalments. The fourth quarter rates instalments are due on the 9th of June, and the rates invoices will be hitting our community's letterboxes in about mid-May, just before mid-May. So what they'll be seeing is they'll be seeing a summary of a 2-page summary of what's in the annual plan, as well as it'll be directing them to our website for more information. We'll have an electronic copy of our information documents. We know that the Kapiti News is going to be back online, so we will be doing some advertising and some information messages in the local newspaper, and we will be just making every effort to make sure that everyone is aware of what we're planning to do next year. And the big point that I wanted to raise here is that the information document will provide the opportunity for the community to provide feedback on the annual plan. So because we're consulting, the information document is not asking the community's views on a number of options. We're not asking them to say yes or no to options 1, 2, 3, or 4. We're explaining to them the reason for the rates increase and what we're planning to do. Inevitably, we will have members of our community that put in proposals and requests for additional funding. So in light of the financial pressures that we're under, so that those will be obviously provided to councillors to consider, but proposals and funding requests will form part of consideration of next year's long-term plan. Feedback received on next year's annual plan will be provided to councillors, and the public will be provided the opportunity to talk to that feedback at council meetings up to and including the 4th of June. I'm just moving through quite quickly now. I've probably really done, I'd like to take you to paragraph 100 on page 22, and I'll allow you just a couple of seconds to get there. Thank you. So paragraph 100. So the report outlines the timetable from here effectively all the way through to actually adopting the annual plan. And this just sets out what we've got to do together between now and the 1st of July. So we're with you today for you to consider this paper and effectively adopt a draft annual plan, which will include a rates increase. We'll need to take you through the recommendations so you can make those decisions. The information document that I've been talking about is going to be published in early May. And before that's done, we'll be working with a panel to make sure that you're very comfortable with the information document. So the panel is comprised of the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillors Coates, Councillors Compton, and the Chief Executive. So we'll be working with you to make sure that the messaging and the content of the information document is correct. And we'll also then at that stage, once the panel is happy with the information document, we'll be bringing that back to full council by way of a briefing before we hit the green light and get it published and get it loaded onto the website. As I mentioned, included in the fourth quarter rates invoices are mailed out on the 8th of May. There will be a 2-page insert included in those, raising people's awareness of what's included on an annual plan. Our fees and user charges will be adopted by Council on the 28th of May. Now, the reason why we need to do this, so these are the fees and charges for next year. We need to do this before you adopt the annual plan because it relates to the dog registration. So we need to know what the fees are so that we can start processing the invoices, raising those invoices for dog registrations to be paid, which must be paid on or before the 31st of July. We'll be doing the final date for, so the community will be able to provide feedback to the council on its annual plan up until the 29th of May. And then we will be sitting down with yourselves at a council meeting on the 4th of June, where we'll be discussing that feedback, and we'll also be bringing back to you the results of work that we'll be doing between now and then on any other further either cost additions or cost reductions on our rates revenue requirement. 25th of June, we'll then go away. We'll be asking you for a clear steer on what the final annual plan should include. Officers will be then going away and working up all the documents of the annual plan, the financial statements, the activity statements, etc. And we'll be coming back to you seeking formal adoption of the 2021 annual plan on the 25th of June. And then what will logically follow that is we'll actually set the rates for next year. We cannot legally set rates until such time as you've adopted the annual plan. And then what will then happen is on the 1st of July, we will have an operative 2021 annual plan. So I might at this point just pause and ask if Tanika could please load the slide deck. Okay, thank you, Tanika. Good, wonderful. So, right, I've only got a few slides to take you through, so so please don't worry, it's not a 20-page presentation. I'll just be giving you a quick summary of the rates, borrowings, and capital spending. Have a look at that water account. We'll look at our borrowings profile. We'll have a closer look at non-funded depreciation, and then we'll finish off with our capital spending. And this is just to provide you a bit more context and broaden your understanding before we ask you to make decisions on the recommendations before you today. Thank you, Tanika. Next slide, please. Right, so this is just a quick summary. So we've got, we're focusing on the three levers of our financial strategy. So I'm moving left to right. So in terms of our borrowings, so the net borrowings as at the 30th of June 2021 is budgeted to be at 166 million. And the key point here is that is actually less than what we had budgeted net borrowings to be in our long-term plan as at the 30th of June 2021, which said it would be 187. So we are tracking lower. Our borrowings will be less than what we had anticipated in our long-term plan, and that's obviously because our capital works program has been slowed down. In terms of our capital spending, this is accumulative over the 3 years. So over the 3 years of the long-term plan, we will be, subject to your approval, we'll be spending $82 million over the 3 years versus the long-term plan had a budget provision of 94. Again, that's driven by the fact that we are having to slow down parts of our capital work program due to COVID-19. And in terms of our rates income, should you approve a 2.6% average rates increase today, then the total rates revenue or total rates requirement for the 2021 year will be just over $71 million. Again, that is actually lower than what has been provided for in year 3 of the long-term plan. The year 3 of the long-term plan assumed a rates increase of 3.8%, and that equates to that translates to $72.8 million rates revenue requirement. Thank you. Next slide, please, Tanika. So this is a busy slide, but I'll take you through it, and I hope you can see my cursor. You probably can't see my cursor actually because it's not my screen that's being shared. So Tanika, if you could please move your cursor to the right-hand side, the 3 dark green bars. So what I'll take you through this chart because there's quite a lot happening. So the dark green bars is representing the cost of supplying the water supplying and providing potable water, 1920, 2021, all the way up to 22-23. And then you see this little light grey dotted line with little triangle points. That's representing the water rates revenue. So for 1920, we're forecasting rates revenue to be higher than the cost of providing water. And that's because we are looking at bringing the water account deficit back into the black. We're gradually increasing what we charge for water to cover our costs. Because water metering has been so successful. If we go to 2021, what I said to you before is what we're recommending is no increase to the fixed or variable charge next year. So we recommend that we keep water rates the same as the current year. And what we have done is why there's a dip in the revenue is for two reasons. Number one, in terms of our modelling, we've assumed a reduction in the growth to our rating units. We did assume 0.7%. We're now factoring only 0.4%. So that's going to have an impact on our revenue. And we've also assumed under COVID-19, we've assumed a 2% reduction in water consumption with businesses being closed. So a small little drop in revenue. So that's why, although we're holding the water rate fees the same, we are forecasting a drop in our water revenue. And then if we look at our water account balance, the dotted blue line, you can see for 2021. So this is actually using the right-hand side scale. And so what you've got on the right-hand scale, so this is the water account deficit. So it's either zero or it's $200,000 in deficit, $400,000 in deficit, $600,000 in deficit. So for 2021, we think that we'll climb almost out of our, we'll be sitting at about a deficit of 100,000. And in 21-22, we'll almost get back into the black at 0%. 22-23, there's a drop, and at the moment, what that modelling is showing us is that's we revalue our water assets in 21-22, and so at the moment we're anticipating a step up in depreciation for our water assets following the revaluation, which will increase our cost of supplying water. So I wouldn't focus too much on 22-23. That's just modelling today. We obviously need to get there when we do the revaluation. We'll know where we're at. But this is just a graphical representation of showing you that it is prudent and it is responsible. If you put a freeze on any increases to water rates, the water account deficit still moves towards recovery. And I'll show you that on the next chart. Thanks, Tamika. Okay, so many of you'll be familiar with this table. It's what we include in the quarterly finance update report. So what I'll ask you to do is to focus on the column 1920 forecast shaded in navy blue. And I'll step you through what we're actually saying. So we're saying that for the 1920 year, we're forecasting that the cost of providing water will be $8.8 million and the water rates revenue will be $9.1 million. So that means that we'll have a $300,000 surplus for the year for water. So revenue will exceed costs by $300,000. And what that effectively will do now, this table is not casting due to rounding errors, so please bear with me on this one. But effectively, what it does is it takes our water account deficit in 18-19 of $600,000 and reduces it down to $300,000. And you can see from the table that the current pricing, the water rates, the variable price, we pay $1.19 per cubic metre of water. And we also charge a fixed price of $222. So that is the water rates for 1920. And in terms of, we recover 55% of our water costs through the fixed price. So moving to 2021, where you can see just below that what we're recommending to you is no increase to the variable charge or to the fixed charge. And what you'll notice is what I have taken you through. So our costs for providing water will go up, but the water rates revenue is coming down because we've got less growth and we've actually factored in less consumption of water due to COVID-19. Primarily from businesses. So we'll still make a surplus. We're still moving in the right direction in terms of the water account deficit. It will actually go down to 0.1. And then you can see in 21-22, what we'll do is, those are the charges that we do, that you do approve, do set and levy next year. We'll see that we'll be back in the black next year. So where we can afford to slow it down a little bit and respond to our community. Next slide, please, Tanika. I wanted to just show you a little bit about borrowings. So to take you through the charts, we've classified our borrowings. So this is our net borrowings. And so the orange, the part of the bar that's in orange, so that is the borrowings that we have issued as top up to not fully funding depreciation. As you know, you've heard me say often, for every dollar of depreciation that we're not rates funding, we still need that cash to meet our expenses, so we fund that through borrowing. So the orange bar is the level of borrowings that is related to not fully funding depreciation, and the grey is everything else. In terms of all the recommendations that we've made to you today, what you've got before you is this is our borrowings profile, and that dotted green line is what we refer to as our green line in our financial strategy. Now, the quantified limit on borrowings in our financial strategy is that our net debt must not exceed 200% of our operating income. So with the recommendations before you today, you can see that in 2021, our borrowings is below the green line, which is where it needs to be. So you can see there's not an awful lot of headroom, but there is headroom. Well, actually, it's the scale, sorry. There is headroom. There is headroom to be doing this. It's just the scale that's making it look like a little tiny pinch. But the key point here is if you look at the grey line, you can see that even with today's recommendations, that our borrowings will be lower than what's been planned for or estimated in the long-term plan. So 2 checks there for you. We are within our quantified limits on borrowings per our financial strategy, and our net borrowings is lower than what was anticipated for the long-term plan. Next slide, please, Tanika. Okay, I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about non-funded depreciation, given the significance of this recommendation, and given that we would never, we certainly wouldn't put this recommendation forward to you if it wasn't for COVID-19. So I do appreciate we've got 2 axes going on. It's quite a busy chart, so I'll take you through it as best I can. So the vertical blue charts borrowings year on year on year, so exactly the same as the chart you've just seen. And the dotted green line is the quantified limits of our borrowing. So borrowing should not go over that green line per the financial strategy. And the green line at the bottom, sorry, the grey line tracking at the bottom, that is the borrowings that we've issued, that we've had to because we're not fully funding depreciation. So that, as you can see, it steadily works its way up to over $50 million. So when you ask for the risk, what is the risk of not fully funding depreciation? You top it up by issuing more debt, and that just continues to grow. So the total amount of debt that we have on the books, because we haven't fully funded depreciation, will be in excess of $51 million, and it'll be steadily increasing. So we want to close that non-funded depreciation gap as quickly as possible, but do it affordably, and so that we can start to repay down debt and best place ourselves for significant capital investment required on the 3 water assets in the future. So that part of the chart you've already seen. I'm going to ask you to focus on the red dial, and the red dial is actually linked to the axis on the right-hand side, the level of unfunded depreciation. So our financial strategy is looking at, or is poised to year on year reduce the amount of depreciation that we're not funding, and that's why it's going downwards. So in 15-16, we weren't depreciating over $7 million of our annual depreciation. And as you can see, the financial strategy has been in play for a wee while, and year on year, that's coming down. So the key points here is that in 1920, we've got unfunded depreciation of $3.5 million. In 2021, if we didn't do anything at all, we are not our unfunded depreciation is going to be $3.1 million. So we're not increasing the funding whatsoever. And all that means is we're increasing our borrowings by $1.2 million. That stays below the quantified limit on borrowings. And it just means it takes us a little bit longer to fully fund our depreciation. And that takes us up to the 30th of June, 2025, as you can see on the chart. Next slide, please, Tanika. So this is our capital spending. This is a very quick profile for you. The green line is the quantified limits as per our financial strategy, not to have more than $38 million of CapEx in any given year. We, as I said before, that was sitting at $41 million. It's down to just under $37 million. And that's obviously still going to be a work on for us. We'll work through that. 1920 is looking very low. That's the impacts of COVID-19. We'll be pushing stuff, carrying stuff over from 1920 into 2021. The impact that they'll have is we'll need to then obviously look at that program, as we might have to defer stuff that we had initially anticipated in 2021 that have to be deferred into the out years. That 21-22 capital works program profile will need to be looked at as part of the work we're doing now, but also as part of the long-term plan. So you can see the line, the grey or the blue line. It looks grey on my screen. That's the capital works program profile, which is sitting in the long-term plan. So you can see for 2021. We're just a tickle over what we plan to do compared to the long-term plan. But obviously 21-22, that's what we're starting to see there is the impact of having to push the work program out because of what we're currently facing today. And of course, we don't want to be, we won't be exceeding the upper limit of $38 million. But I will reiterate what I said a little bit earlier. If we get the green light for the shovel-ready bids that we put forward, and that means that we are going to be doing a lot more CapEx, and it triggers our significance and engagement policy, that'll put us in a position where we need to consult with the community next year. Thank you, Tanika. Next slide, please. All right, just a quick fire view of our rates increases. I'm looking at the pie chart on the left-hand side. So on the 10th of March, the council, at the end of that workshop, you landed on 5.7%. What we wanted to show you here is what was really driving that 5.7%. You had 1% for inflation, 1.3% for depreciation. So this is all the assets that have been created in the prior year that are put in use and are being commissioned. That increases the depreciation charge, which increases our costs by 1.3%. 1.2% was what we had planned to do to increase the funding of depreciation to close the non-funded depreciation gap. And in the report, we showed you earlier on in the report, we detailed by way of a table the cost increases that the council is facing, which makes up 0.9%. And then those last in, first out items that we're recommending you take out contributed to 0.4% of the 5.7%. 2.7% increase. Things have changed dramatically since then. If we switch across to the right-hand side, on looking at the drivers of the rates increase, the 2.6% proposal, we know we're recommending inflation is out. Don't close the depreciation funding gap. So the only things that can possibly be left is the 2.6% is driven by additional depreciation coming through from assets that are now put in use. That's 1.3% of the 2.6%. And then you've got 0.8% for the cost increases that were tabled in the report. And there's a couple of other items that don't even show a slight little wedge. So those are the key drivers of rates increases for the 2.6%. So 2.6% increase or average rates increase translates to an increase in the rates revenue requirement of $2.1 million. And that in itself equates to an additional $1.65 per week per ratepayer on average. Next slide, please, Tanika. I'm done. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to hand back to you.
Right. Thank you, Mark, for a comprehensive response. Councillors may not know that last week on Thursday, I had drafted an email to all of you to actually defer this meeting because of the tremendous pressure that the finance team were under getting the report ready. But they worked really, really hard to get it ready, so we didn't have to defer it. So thank you, Mark, and the finance team for the work that you've done to date. I'm just signaling also that Chair of the Strategy and Operations Committee, Councillor Coates, has signaled to want to move the resolutions. Meantime, we're open for questions. We have Bernie Randall, James Coates, then Gwen Compton. Bernie. Bernie Randall, here we go. Oh, he's not there.
It's my fault. I'm getting used to the technology. My question is this, that although I'm not objecting to the 2.6% increase, I think the work undertaken is not essential. I think there's more essential work in Waikanai, Paraparaumu, Raumati, that could be put on there. And what Mark has referred to, last in, first out, in hindsight, I think that is not good. We should be looking at essential work. And I want to address a question to Gary Simpson. Gary, can you hear me? Yeah, I want to address a question to you. I think the Chief Executive can reduce the operational expenditure a lot more.
Hang on a moment. Gary is not a council staff member. He's a member, independent member of the Audit and Risk Committee.
Why is he on? Why is? But I'm addressing him through as his role as the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting.
He's not the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee.
Hey?
I just want to establish the protocols around this. So can you, if you want to question staff, ask the question to the Chief Executive.
Sorry. Okay, so the question about OPEX, can I, through you, ask Gary Simpson? Mr. Mayor?
Can you address the question that you want to the Chief Executive to answer?
Yeah, but the Chief Executive will say that he's cut the operational expenditure as much as possible.
We'll leave that to him to answer.
Anyway, I made my points, Mr. Mayor.
Now you have a response. Mark.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Would you like me to respond to Councillor Randall's question?
That's right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, look, the only thing I can really add to what I've already said is that we have looked pretty hard. You know, we've been on this journey since November, and we've worked very hard with the councillors. We've worked very hard with the community boards, the councillors have done a prioritisation exercise. You identified that we needed to increase our costs for essential items that actually, and that's detailed in the report. And for you is some significant recommendations to reduce rates down. We have said that as a work on between now and the 4th of June, that the council will continue to look for opportunities for rates to be lower. We'll be looking at our capex, we'll be looking at our depreciation, we'll be looking at the revaluation this year. So the work is already in play to reduce our rates as much as possible, and this is a normal process. This is what we do every single year to best advise the councillors.
Thank you. Councillor James Coates.
Thank you, Guru. I've got a number of questions, if you could just bear with me. So, Mark, appreciate that councillors have had briefings around the details within this paper. One of the ones that I've struggled with a little bit is around the, on page 14, number 31, around the replacement of the vehicle fleet. The bit that I've sort of struggled with is we know that there is a direct OPEX saving through the use of the EV vehicles. I'm assuming the purchase of it's a capital expense, so the interest on the borrowings is minimal, would barely probably register in the rate increase. And I guess the question that I'm asking is, are any vehicles going to be replaced anyway, just due for renewals? And if so, will they be replaced with EVs, or were these over and above? And has it been considered the OPEX saving, essentially could even be net neutral? I don't know, how the savings compare to the interest costs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Sean, did you want to answer part of that?
Sure, yep. I'm not sure if my mic is on.
Yep, you can hear.
Okay. So, the first question there was, I think, about was the money that was proposed over and above what we would normally provide in terms of replacement vehicles?
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at, Sean, is I don't have an issue taking the budget out, but if we are going to need to purchase vehicles anyway, just due to our new renewal process, would we be replacing them with EVs? And I guess the second part of the question was, we know that there's a operational, like an OPEX saving due to the reduction in not having to purchase fuel. Does that offset the interest cost on the capital investment?
So, yes, we will be replacing, I think we had programmed or budgeted to replace one vehicle with an EV. I guess the money is really to advance our renewals of those vehicles. So we have a policy at the moment that has the criteria around when we replace the vehicle. And under that policy, we wouldn't have replaced as many next financial year as we would have if we put more money in to bring forward the replacement of some of the pool vehicles that meet the criteria for EVs, if that sort of makes sense.
Sure.
So yes, so we'll likely replace one of those vehicles with an EV next year. And in terms of the net saving, in terms of fuel, I don't know the exact numbers, but I don't think it would make that much of a significant difference in terms of the overall difference in cost and adding additional money to the budget to add more vehicles to the fleet, basically.
Okay, thank you, Sean. That clarifies that. The second question I had was around, Mark, it was around the slowing down the funding of depreciation. I know that you covered that off a little bit, but I think it's important to stress why we haven't done that in the past. And you can just clarify again I guess the cost to us and not funding that. The risk here, I guess from the public perception, is by not doing some of these things, we're actually saving money. We know we're not spending money, but there is actually a cost to many of these decisions that we've made in terms of not proceeding with some of them, and that being the interest cost.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, certainly, Councillor. So, so I think the first part was just to reiterate why we don't deviate from the strategy to close the non-funded depreciation gap, because there is a direct cost, and that's borrowings. Before you today is a recommendation that will increase your borrowings by $1.2 million. So that'll go into the pot of borrowings, which means effectively we'll have over $50 million worth of borrowings that relates to non-funded depreciation. In terms of our modelling, when we budget for our interest costs, we're assuming a weighted average cost of capital of 4.5%. So the more you don't fund depreciation, you're topping up by borrowings, your accumulated borrowings on that is rising. So it's $50 million already. It's going to go up 1.2, and every single year that you don't close that gap, you're increasing your borrowings, and that's impacting your headroom. So we know that we may want to be agile with our capital program. But if you keep increasing your net borrowings, you're working your way closer to that green line. So you are effectively constraining your ability to be agile for those shovel-ready projects. But in a nutshell, Councillor Coates, you're adding to a $50 million worth of debt, which does incur interest costs, and we model that at 4.5%. So the quicker we close that non-funded depreciation gap, it means that we are issuing less debt, and we can start to really significantly reduce council's level of debt and best position the council for that significant infrastructure spend in 2040.
Thanks very much, Mark. And I think the analogy that's a little bit rough, but that's been used in the past, is it's a bit like not paying off your credit card, and it just keeps accumulating on top of itself. So the next question I had, I've only got a couple more, is regards to the capital expenditure program. On page 18, the table that's there, telling those numbers, it only comes up to sort of 17 odd million. And I know that there is a full capital works program, but are we able, it doesn't affect my decision, my ability to be able to make a decision today, but can we actually get a full breakdown of that capital works program, just emailed to councillors or elected members? Because it's sitting at, I think it was 36 or 38, 36.7 million. Obviously there's a lot more in there than the 17 million that's been shown on the table.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor, I'm looking at the paper, and I'm looking at paragraph 65, which is, so one of the points to stress is that at our first ever virtual briefing, where we discussed options for the annual plan, as well as the financial forecasts, we had asked our budget managers to do their financial forecasts a lot faster than normal, and that was indicating to us a $41 million capex program in 2021. Having had a bit more time and looking at those assumptions, that's gone to 36.7. There is still a lot of work happening, looking at those projects. And Councillor, I hear your request to send the list out, but there's still work that's taking place on the capital works program. Our intention would be to continue to work through that. The senior leadership team need to be satisfied with those numbers, and that is going to be reported back to you in detail on the 4th of June.
Thank you, Mark. And if I could clarify the reason why I ask is, as elected members, we're obviously asked what that money's being spent on, and we need to be able to articulate to the community these are the specific projects and where they are and so forth. So I'll move on from there. I've got sort of two questions in one here, and it's around the borrowings. Obviously, the meeting today has been publicly discussed, and there's concerns around our levels of debt, some saying that our debt is just continuing to be increased. But I think I'm thankful that you noted in your presentation that our net debt sitting at 166 million is lower than projected in the LTP. Can you also just confirm that through this slight change in our approach that it's not affecting our credit rating with Standard & Poor's and our overall financial position?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I'm just trying to recap the words that we used the last time. Look, the reality of the situation is we haven't had an indication from Standard & Poor's that they would downgrade us. We have a process where they come and evaluate us annually. They look at our CapEx program, they look at our debt. The reality of the situation is right now is the decisions that you make today will not mean that our borrowings breaches our upper limit. Our CapEx is not going to breach our quantified limits. We obviously need to commit to a CapEx program that we can deliver on. They come in and apply a number of different, the word I'm looking for is matrices. They use a lot of adjustments to our financial statements. They look at the strength of the financial management. They look at compliance with our treasury management, our ability to deliver in our CapEx. And right now, globally, everyone's in the same position where the planned capital works program is slowed down. So at this stage, I cannot report to you with certainty that our credit rating is going to be absolutely 100% maintained. But equally, we've had no correspondence with Standard & Poor's at this time that they've got some major concerns.
Thank you, Mark. The last question I have is for Chief Executive. Wayne, the funding in the annual plan, I guess I need, or looking for reassurance that there's sufficient funding in there to deliver on the economic development strategy. I know there's a separate discussion there around the timing of that and the implementation, and I don't really want to get into that in this meeting because it's not really the time for that, but just really seeking a reassurance from you that there's sufficient budget in there to implement the strategy that we've worked hard on.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the budget hasn't changed in that space, so there's still around 700,000, which includes the 60,000 for Maori Economic Development, I think it's called. So that hasn't changed at all. So we still have the same amount of money we were originally proposing for delivery of all the actions next year. Yeah, and obviously all I'll say is some things may need to be rethought, like major events and those sorts of things. So that's part of why we need to take a quick look at what are the impacts and should any of that money be redirected. But it is all still there to deliver on the strategy and its actions.
Thanks very much, Wayne. That's all from me, Guru.
Right, we've got Gwen Compton.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, in terms of borrowings and that 200% net borrowings operating incomes, what's the dollar value of our headroom there under this proposed draft annual plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I will just need to get that information and I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
In the meantime, can we have Jill Griggs?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions, if I may. One of them is about the co-funding with Ngā Manu. I understand the situation completely, that we've taken that list of items that we had agreed and now have decided not to do them to keep the rates lower. Mark, in your presentation, you mentioned that we would continue to review the situation on that co-funding. I just wondered if you could expand that a little more, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Yes, our position is prior to COVID-19 rapidly progressing to level 2, 3 and 4, the council was very much partnering with the Ngā Manu nature reserve to help facilitate it as successful as possible for their application. So what the intent of the report is saying is that given that there's no surety that they will get that funding, we feel it's prudent not to make provision for that in the budget. We've got a strong relationship with Ngā Manu, and we'll continue to engage in dialogue with them and follow their application process.
Thank you for that. We also have from the Waikanae board a capital spend fund, and we may be able to contribute something from that towards that. Obviously I need to discuss that with the board. My second question was on a similar nature. I understand why we've got the 400k being taken out for the Waikanae Library, but in your presentation you said that that had been put in there to speed the process. So my question is, by taking it out, are we by consequence slowing the process? And is there anything we can do about that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. Look, ultimately what we're saying is when we're looking at a risk perspective, we put in a little bit more money for us to go faster and do more.
Right.
Given the situation, we are recommending to reduce the average rate increase, and so the tough decision is to take that out. We can still do some work, we just won't be able to go as far and as fast as what we were wanting to do.
Is there any, I mean, obviously that's the critical thing within our area, and it would be good to just have a little bit of better understanding of what would be flowed and what the new expectations are.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, look, I might refer to the Chief Executive, but that's probably detail outside of discussion of today's paper. We're trying to identify ways and means of getting the budget down, and there is budget included in the 2.6% to start working on the future of the Waikanae Library. The risk is that there's not as much. It was felt that we did want to do more, but there's certainly enough to do more, and the precise nature of that will probably be the subject of either a further paper or a further briefing.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I can just add, Mr. Mayor, when elected members asked for that extra ethics funding, staff hadn't actually suggested anything like it because we weren't ready to spend it. So it actually was creating a budget item that we didn't need. If you recall, the original intention was to undertake quite a comprehensive community consultation in terms of what do you want the ideal place to look like. And that's really the focus for the next sort of 6 to 12 months, is to get a community-led design. If you'd put in that extra CapEx funding and we needed to do detailed designs and get on with something, we would have probably short-circuited that community involvement and just gone out for design. So that's still an open subject for discussion about how you'd like to go, but essentially what we're saying and what we said at the last briefing was there's enough funding there for us to continue at the applicable pace, and we probably would have struggled to use that extra funding properly. So we're not concerned. We also gave an undertaking that if we get further ahead and we want to find funding for detailed designs, we will come back to the council and prioritise to do that. There's no intention to slow things down. It was actually that we couldn't go as fast as the money you were putting aside.
Thank you very much for that.
Right, and I know the Chief Executive is going to leave the meeting at 1 o'clock. So Sean Mellon will be sitting in his place, a hot seat. The next questioner is Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I have two items to put in debate, and they are around two items to keep in the budget for the planning and one to remove, and that's the Otararua Park, $700,000. But what I want to ask the question of staff is consideration of OPEX costs in our annual planning. It's a hugely important matter. We've had time to get some really detailed public feedback this week, and OPEX is something that keeps coming up. So going back to the fact that right now possibly 70% of the staff are working from home successfully. We have leases on 2 buildings, Takari House and Maple Building. I don't believe council own it. And I would like to have a report back from staff at some point during this annual plan discussion on those leases and whether or not we can continue with staff working from home. I think it's really, really important that we look at OPEX. Look at the costs of those leases, the cost of the energy costs of continuing to run those 2 extra sites, whether or not they are needed, and whether or not, and what the implications are of ending the leases before the terms of the leases. Is there any chance that that can come back to us? We have, possibly 70% of 300 staff plus staff working very successfully from home. It's environmentally sustainable for them to do so, and I think it's very appropriate for this to be looked at and discussed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Look, there's quite a few things there. Clearly, we are looking at our operating costs going forward, and we will continue to do so and report back on the 4th of June. We know that in terms of in terms of our leases on the Maple Building, that's a contractual commitment. So the fact that we haven't been able to physically locate that building, we still have that lease to pay. And those are the questions that we are having. So obviously, the lease on that building expires later this year.
Is that Maple? Sorry, is that the Maple?
And so we now have options. So if we can't find a suitable premise, we can't reach an agreement of renegotiating the lease. We absolutely have seen the success of staff working from home. So in terms of savings to our energy bills, probably not significant at this stage. We have to be ready on our swimming pools to go. And we are in level 3 now, so we do have work plans in place, and staff are, whilst limited, are accessing our buildings. So I'd like to assure everyone that we look at our operating costs all the time. We've got, we sit amongst the lowest operating costs in the country, and that sort of report back will be on the 4th of June, but we're certainly not in a position now, because we can't occupy our buildings. We suddenly don't have leases. And we've heard in particular that whilst working from home does bring about lots of efficiencies, it also brings about lots of inefficiencies. So we have to consider that too.
Okay, and as far as Takari House, I realise we've just entered into that one last year. So can we have details of the lease terms for Takari House? And the reason I think about those two is because when we looked at our carbon neutral aspirations, it was noted and stated by staff that running the 3rd building for staff at Takari House had quite a significant increase on our emissions or carbons. So that's something that could be used to reduce those carbons long term. And also, I guess in the same discussion, I'm fully in favour of returning the electric vehicle purchases to our planned expenditure for this year, given that it will show ongoing OPEX reductions, which is really important for our public to see. I mean, and also the real reductions and ongoing costs of those. So just before debate, I'll signal that I definitely want that one put back in. That's me.
Right. Martin Holiday.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for that, Mark. I'll be brief. Well, I've got a few questions, and I'll try to be straight to the point. First question is around the CapEx that's not being spent this year being transferred to the next financial year. I'm sure there's legal reasons for this, but in relation to what we've been talking to around the community boards, is there any reason why the funding couldn't follow or couldn't have followed that that movement of the capital spend into the next financial year from this year? I mean, I know it would impact on our budgeting for this year, but were there reasons?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. So, what happened when we've got? So we're signalling, or certainly on the 7th of February, we signalled to you carryovers in the order of $11 million from the current financial year into next year, which is why we saw this quite significant increase into the total capital work program for next year. So what happens? So if we don't do the capex, then we don't incur the borrowing. We don't draw down money. So we carry the budget over to the following financial year, and we draw down on the borrowings as and when needed to pay for that that capital works program. So what the benefit that we get by not finishing projects is that generally we aren't incurring interest on borrowings that we haven't drawn down. But of course, there could be delays to crystallising the benefits of what it is we're doing. So, so there is, I think earlier today we talked about, well, I know we did, we talked about carrying over the unallocated OPEX grants of the community boards as part of the community support package. And what I said is that's OPEX, and typically we don't carry that over from one year to the other, because it's the benefit comes back to the ratepayer by way of the rates funding surplus. So, but because of COVID-19, we are going to carry that OPEX over. But when we carry over CapEx, we secure the budget for next year. We haven't incurred the borrowings, and we haven't incurred the interest costs. So there are savings.
Thank you. Next thing was, when you talked about confirming the spend of 38 CapEx million next year, you mentioned that consultation is not triggered unless we go above that $38 million spend. So does that mean if we rejig things, that consultation isn't required? Or if we do get some green lights, does it need to be done on a case-by-case basis without rejigging, if you like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Councillor. That's an excellent question. So look, I'm pretty sure as a senior leadership team, we'll be working through the capital works program on the assumption that we don't get the green light on all the shovel-ready projects. There is a significant amount of work that's in train that it's just physically not able to be completed this financial year because of alert level 4 lockdown, issues, etc., etc. So the first thing to do would be to make sure that those projects that are in train that need to be completed are completed next year, as well as all the critical items that we've planned to do. As long as we don't exceed the upper limit of our financial strategy, you're correct. We do not need to consult with the community. The moment we go over the upper limit of the financial strategy, that does trigger consultation. And if we are suddenly at a position where we need to make sure that we finish what we've already started, we're doing our critical capital works plan for next year, and we get the green light on the shovel-ready projects, and it's going to take us to whatever it is, we will consult with the community. We'll obviously discuss it with yourselves. We'll consult with the community because there will be an impact on borrowings. It'll impact the headroom. And obviously we'll need to actually make sure that the community are happy for those projects to take place. But yes, if we go over the upper limit of the financial strategy, that's where we need to consult with the community.
Thanks, Mike. The next thing, just referring to paragraph 24, which was on page 12. You've got a thing there in access and transport, and this might be either Glenn or Sean. The increased footpath renewals due to additional NZ Transport Agency funding at 1.7 million. I was just interested to know whether that 1.7 million is all rates or whether that's our portion of that spend. In other words, is that 1.7 got a portion of the NZTA funding included in that figure?
So the answer to that, yes, it includes the subsidy from NZTA. So That's with 51% subsidy.
Cool. Okay, that's great. Thanks for that. Right. 6. In regards to the community feedback, which for you mentioned the 29th of May, we're looking at getting comments, having comments come back from the general public in regards to our community with regards to the annual plan. And then we're going to be making some decisions around this on the 4th of June. So will we be getting that information sort of correlated and back to us on the 4th of June, or will that come back a little bit earlier than that? So it's got a little bit of time to digest that information.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor. Look, that's another good question. No, we're going to do things a little bit differently this year. So it's not a consultation process. There aren't going to be oral hearings of anyone's submissions, but we heard the message that you gave us very clearly on the, and that was to make sure that people could provide feedback on the annual plan. So how we're going to run this campaign is that every Friday, so when we launch the information document and we're running our campaign, each Friday the feedback that we've received will be collated and sent out to councillors and community board chairs. We at this stage we're not planning on doing any analysis on it or summarising it for you. It's going to be the raw feedback that we're receiving, so that you effectively get what we get. Obviously, as we progress through the month of May, we'll be keeping an eye on key themes, and on the 4th of June we'll do a quick summary of how much feedback did we get, what were the themes, what were the kind of burning issues. But no, I can assure all councillors that you'll be receiving the raw feedback every Friday, because this is a tight time frame. We've lost time with Alert Level 4. We're not wanting to be the council that doesn't adopt an annual plan by the 30th of June. And we're firmly focused on adopting it on the 25th of June and setting our rates on the 25th of June. So you will get it raw. It'll be in a different state to what you're used to receiving it in, but you will be getting it direct from the public.
Oh, look, I love raw data, Mark. It's great. And the final thing was you mentioned the weighted interest costs being 4.44% of our average borrowings. Sort of building on what Councillor Coutts was talking about, I was just curious to know, why is it so high as an average percentage cost, considering what the interest rates are in the current market?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor, I'd like to assure you that I'm very aware of that. You like a briefing on our treasury management. So we budget at 4.5%. I think we all know that mortgage rates right now, if you were fixing today for 1 year, it's at 3.05%, and I'm sure we're all aware of what our interest rate swaps are at, for 10 years and 2 years. So the reality is, Councillor, our debt has actually accumulated over a significant amount of time, and we have financial derivatives or interest rate swaps that are in the books. In 2014, a 10-year swap that was under 4% was considered to be gold dust. Now they're under 0.1%. But what you sign up to is you sign up to these interest rate swaps for 10 years or 2 years or 5 years or whatever it is. And, the reason why we do that is we actually protect the council against rising interest rates. Our interest rates are going down, but we're still paying that higher rate. So on balance, it works out to a sensible budget number of 4.5%, because we have on our books some very expensive debt and some expensive interest rate swaps that at the time were a good price when they were transacted. But I would like to assure you that when we get a little bit of breathing space and capacity, we will schedule in a Treasury 101 briefing with the board.
No, that's great. Thank you very much for that, Mark. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob McCann, then Jocelyn.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And thank you for a really comprehensive report, Mark. I'm just slightly concerned that there's mention there in point 48 that there's still budget left to progress waste minimisation, carbon emission, etc., housing, and Waikanae Library. I just wonder if at a later point we could have an update on where you're going to find those monies. One of our councillors often refers to a hidden pot of gold, and perhaps that's where that funding comes from. But could we at a later point talk about where that funding to continue those projects is coming from, and give us confidence that they won't actually stall?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor. So included in the 2.6%, we already do have budget for those initiatives. We were just on the 10th of March, there was top up applied to those budgets. So those budgets are already included in the 2.6%, both for housing and for waste minimisation initiatives. I don't know whether Sean or Janice might be able to just tell you what those budgets are, but so that the point of that paragraph, Councillor, was to effectively de-risk the recommendation that we were making to yourselves, that we're not saying take the budget out completely. We've already got included a 2.6% budget for those initiatives. It's just that additional top up that you added on the 10th of March. We're recommending you take out. The exact amounts, if we aren't able to give those to you today, we can certainly I can certainly send those to you. No problem at all.
Thank you.
Jocelyn.
Thank you. So I just wanted actually to follow up on Jill's question, specifically around Namanu and your comments, Mark, in relation to the fact that you're closely monitoring their PGF application. So I think also someone made the comment that if their application wasn't successful, well, no, I'll turn it around the other way. So I suppose my thought was, if you actually put the money in, their application is more likely to be successful. And if it's not successful, then obviously the money doesn't get paid to them. So I'm just wondering around, you know, what the reasoning is behind removing that money when potentially that application might fall over. When, you know, as we've talked about, you know, we've talked about local tourism, and that is actually probably one of the key tourism sites on the Kapiti Coast, and yeah, maybe we might be being a little bit short-sighted there and actually financially supporting them there. And I'm plus also too, I don't actually, yeah, no, that's, yeah. So it was, the figure was
50,000.
50K, yeah.
Yeah.
Which isn't really a great amount of money in the scheme of things either.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and look, I might see if Alison may be able to bring more context to this. But look, my understanding of where we're at with that is that the notion of providing $50,000 to Namanu was to assist with operating costs of the visitor, you know, of the centre. So they needed to secure the funding from the PGF to be able to do it, but they were going to be going operational costs that we would be looking to assist them with. So the reason why we're saying, well, look, let's take that $50,000 out right now is because of the uncertainty as to whether they're going to secure that funding at all. There has been lots of conversations and close dialogue with them, and we're just saying right now when we're looking at or needs must, we're recommending that we do take that out now, because we don't know if that visitor centre if they're going to get the funding, if they're going to be able to do it. They may not even have those future operating costs. So the need for that funding right now is a question mark. I hear what you're saying, that every effort must be put. We're competing for domestic tourism patronage, and this is one area that, you know, I think the reality is we're not in a situation where they've been given the green light where we'd be saying with certainty that we'll be.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for that. So in terms of their application, their application is solely for capital funds, and this is actually something to support them in terms of operation, if operational funds, if it got the green light.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, that is my understanding. Look, I'm not extremely close to the details, so if I am correct, if I'm incorrect, I'm very happy to be corrected by Alison, but that's my understanding, Councillor.
Thank you.
Right. Have you got a response to Gwyn's question earlier on?
May I just quickly, it's Jacinta speaking, may I just quickly respond to the last question?
Who's this?
It's Jacinta speaking, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
In regards to Jocelyn's question, I guess in terms of Ngā Manu, the funding, because it's not our asset and we're investing in them, then we can make a decision to fund them over a period of time. And effectively, we're funding, they may create assets, but from in terms of OPEX and CAPEX, we're not actually contributing to an asset that is our own. So it would never be a CAPEX investment from our side. And I know we have worked on arrangements in the past where we've done things like capitalize the investment we made in the Performing Arts Centre. How we messaged it through this presentation was that we may choose to fund through borrowings over a period of 5 years a contribution to Ngā Manu, and that can be decided as we go along, but essentially that could be a longer term investment which is for capital for them but is funded through rates over a period of time.
Very good. Gwyn Compton.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just saw Jacinta posted what the headroom is. It's 11.1 million, I think it was. So that's very helpful. Thank you. One thing I've noticed looking through our recommendations today and looking at Wellington City Council's agenda, because I'm also considering their draft annual plan today, is nowhere do we specifically say in the recommendations what the targeted rates increase we're going for in the draft annual plan is. It can only really be inferred if you go back through the report and look at points in the recommendations, points 110 to 111. So I was wondering if we could actually include something similar in our recommendations, even if it's just as simple as Council agrees that the 2020-21 rates increase is targeted to be set at 2.6%. And then you could sort of follow on with the rest of it after 110.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor. Look, that may be a modification that we need to make at the right at the end, similar to what we did in the last report. How we drafted the report is we've been through many of these cycles before, and we actually don't know when it comes to voting what you'll vote for. So the recommendations are structured in a way. For example, you may not accept one of our recommendations and the average rates increase may not be 2.6%. So for that reason, we didn't expressly say, there's no recommendation that, the average rates increase is 2.6%. Saying that, I've heard what you've said, and if you agree to all the recommendations and it is 2.6%, we can certainly add a recommendation for you today to the report.
Yeah, that would be acceptable, I think. I think looking through Wellington City Council stuff, they have quite some detailed stuff in there about agreeing to, again, similar to what you've suggested, the details within the report and the consequences of if they didn't do that as well, which I think is quite useful. But I appreciate we're not going to go and make wholesale changes to the recommendations at this point. So yeah, maybe you're right, something that goes at the end there.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, look, we certainly didn't assume that you would vote yes to everything. So we didn't want you to feel that you were being backed into a corner whatsoever.
Right, we've got 2 more hands going up. Jocelyn and then Janet Holbrook.
Thank you. Yes, so I did actually have a supplementary question when I was talking before, but it's good now that I can ask it. So I just wanted to follow up on the comments that Sean, I think, made in relation to cars and electric cars. So long term, I certainly support purchasing electric cars, but given the situation at present where we're trying to reduce our rates as much as possible, you know, I think that probably that should be held off. But I also just wanted to follow up on the comment that Sean made that there's still potentially going to be a purchase of a car occurring, and I'm not sure whether that's actually an electric car or not. But given the lack of use, I'm just wondering whether that should be deferred as well. So there's, one if that could be deferred as well, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I guess the criteria that we have at the moment for renewing vehicles is a formula basically based on an over a 5-year age. There are a number of criteria: maintenance costs relative to ongoing depreciation and running costs, and there's another criteria in there about the number of kilometres. I think over 100,000 kilometres. So we use that as the basis for projecting out the renewals for the fleet, and based on that formula, we were looking at replacing one vehicle next year that was due for replacement with an electric vehicle. The extra funding was to, I guess, supplement that formula to allow us to replace some vehicles sooner rather than later. So that was the basis for the extra funding. I guess when we look at replacing that vehicle again, that would be on the basis of how many Ks the vehicle had done. So if over the next 4 to 6 months we don't do as many Ks, then we likely wouldn't replace it in terms of the current policy.
You know, I think that's something that should be very seriously considered, because there's no point spending some money when in reality the vehicle is still perfectly operational. But then again, you've got to look at the costs of depreciation and the resale value if it actually is delayed. So it'd be good if that could be considered, particularly in the light of what's going on.
Right.
So that's the process that we follow. So
I understand I understand the process. It's like renewing a lot of playground equipment as well, when sometimes, you know, the playgrounds aren't actually as bad, that they don't really need it, but that's just the process that's used. And I think sometimes you need to take, you know, a pragmatic look at these things is probably sometimes useful.
Okay, moving along.
It's not the same. It's not the same as the playgrounds. Sorry, but it's based on maintenance costs at the time exceeding those costs associated with continuing to operate the vehicle.
Okay.
So
right, the next question, Janet Holbrook.
Yeah, I'm happy to test the water and move these recommendations that we've
No, hold
discussed
on.
today.
Councillor Janet, James Coates had signalled that he wants to move this.
Okay, that's fine. So I did have a question as well before I did that. We've only had one suggestion come through the line of questioning. I mean, we might have more during debate, but removing the Otarawa Park budget, would that constitute a material and significant change and trigger the need for consultation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Look at it, it is something that's planned in the long-term plan. If you're removing it outright, which I don't think you are, you may be looking to defer it or reschedule when it's been done. So it's probably worth just clarifying what the proposal was. If you're removing it from the capital works program, that's impacting the entire park development. That would trigger consultation. Yes.
Yeah, I believe that was what was being suggested. I'm happy to be corrected on that. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Right, James.
Thanks, Guru. I think before I look to moving the recommendations, it's probably worthwhile just having a question around that Otarawa Park. Through public speaking, it was raised around the purpose in which that park was purchased and the timeframes and so forth. Obviously, I provided some comment as an elected member at the time, but I just wondered if staff could comment on I guess the risks in terms of removing that, it's something that has been raised today, and I think we should consider whether it stays in or comes out. And it would be helpful to hear from staff on that to enable elected members to make an informed decision.
Can we get a staff response?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Alison here if I can respond to that. Just picking up on some of the comments that were made this morning, prior to COVID, we were struggling to fit in football particularly. They have outgrown Waikanae. Their numbers were growing incredibly well over the last few years, so we've been using Aotearoa significantly to fill in that gap for football as a whole. The purpose of the building is to cater for all sporting events and also to open the park up further for other events. So at the moment there are no facilities there. So this would enable us to attract other events and activities at the park, obviously taking into account the playing field, so to speak, has changed a little bit with COVID, but moving forward will absolutely be needed for that. The timing for the build was going to be a split over 2 years, so it wouldn't be ready to use until summer 2021, which by then I would imagine that we would be back closer to being normal. So this is well timed to support the growth of sport, events and activities in our district, and also get our community and economy back up and running.
Thank you, Alison. And Wayne, would you mind just chiming in here again around the...
James, Wayne is away.
Oh, he's left? Okay. I guess just Wayne's earlier advice from, I think it was one of the economists, around the benefit of the capital spend within the community. So I think we need to keep that in mind as well. But interested in other councillors' views and whether there's support for this to stay in or come out before I look at putting the recommendations forward.
Jackie Elliott.
James, can you hear me? Look, for me personally, I'm well aware, and as Trevor Daniel reminded us, that when this park was first mooted, it was a long-term plan. It was development over 35 to 50 years. And in the meantime, it was only opening the sports fields, of course, and that has been achieved. And secondly, the planting of hundreds of exotic and native, or mainly exotic trees, and getting them to establish for a park-like greenfield setting. Very quickly, within 2 or 3 years of that, everything was pushed forward. Yes, we needed a park management development plan, but then the push forward was because that plan consultation opened up the possibility of a complete pull forward of all budgets. So I don't think it's unnecessary. At a time when we have got sports fields being provided, we have got less use of the sports fields for the foreseeable future, and this is for an amenities block. Now I'd like to ask Chris Paps and James and Angela exactly how much the toilet block at Otaki Rivermouth costs to put in, because there is, I know from the one that we had put in at the Pots up Otaki Gorge 7 years ago, that is completely compostable and sits there with its own water tank and is completely serviceable, and it's great, that they cost nothing like $100,000. So I'm proposing that we reduce that $700,000, defer the full building, and meantime invest in a couple of good quality compostable toilets that are able to work standalone with a solar unit and a water tank, and that they sit there and they fulfill that use in the meantime. $700K is a lot of money in this budget, and it will enable things like the electric vehicle purchase, which is a good green alternative, and it will enable things like a little bit of playroom there, headroom for us to work with as we make our decisions today and going forward.
Bernie Randall. Bernie.
Bernie.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just basically said I'm very determined that it should be taken out, and I feel so strongly that I'll be voting against this if it remains.
Okay, Angela Boswell.
And keep it in. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I would rather see some kind of progress. And as Shimabel, the economist, said, if you spend $1 million on capital expenditure, it creates about 150 jobs or something in that vicinity. So with that in mind, I think that we should push forward with Aotearoa Park. And as a member of the community with family involved in many sporting activities around the coast, we need these facilities for the growth of our community. At the moment, we don't really understand the full impact of COVID-19, either to our economy or to our growth. Already, many of our parks and recreation areas are well used and overused, and that also plays a part, I think, with the maintenance costs of these parks that are having to be resurfaced constantly because they are being overused. So from that perspective, I'd like to see Aotearoa Park kept in. Just to reply to Jackie's comment around the toilets down at Otaki Rivermouth, they rang in around 117,000 for the actual unit. Now that was the cheapest unit on the market, and it was also plumbed to the mains to try and reduce those costs. The cost to KCDC was 46,000. And that could have heavily been reduced by engaging local community people happy to do some of the surveying and things for that.
Right. Anybody else on the topic? Jackie, Martin, press your raise hand. Martin already, then Jackie again.
Sorry, I did have my hand raised, got taken down there. I see there's two parts to this conversation. There's one part which is the future planning aspect of this, which revolves around eventing, which is quite significant investment. But the first part is what we're discussing now, is building on the, I think it's, is it correct me if I'm wrong, about a $4 million investment in drainage in those sports fields. And this is about meeting a community demand for sports fields, is what I'm hearing. So we've got growth in football. They're running out of space in Waikanae. We're talking about, potentially having an increase in people moving to the area. But we need to be forward planning in this area. And what Alison was saying, we're not going to see this facility in place for at least another year, year and a half, maybe 2 years. And it's supporting fields that are currently being used. And the reason they're being used is because of the drainage and everything that has been done. It's to support the growth of sport. It's about meeting community need. I'm not hearing that it's there to support additional tourism-based activity. Yes, potentially things could be done on the field, but that's not the purpose of this. That's sort of in phase 2, if you like, which had quite substantial investment in a lot of, and I look at the Flair scenario there, where they're looking at putting amphitheatres, they're looking at putting tracks, so none of that's going ahead. And I would be very, I certainly wouldn't be opposing it, sort of wouldn't be supporting if it was. But that's not the case here. So I am also hearing that we're going to be jiggling budgets in the next financial year. So that 700,000 might start off at that figure, but there's nothing that says it's going to end up at that figure. Comparing, in relation to the research that's done, it might end up being deferred. It's an allowance that's been made. I dare say it's an allowance that has a lot of work already done into it. In its current form, I'll be supporting this. Sorry, Bernie. But I do feel it's more sports orientated and community orientated rather than a larger picture, which has also been presented to us as well for future use, which I think needs to happen a lot further down the track. Thank you.
Right. Anybody else before Jackie gets another go? No? Jackie.
On page 13, paragraph 24 chart, it says that this is a particular line item is a stage 1 at 700K, not a $4 million investment. We just need to confirm that. I'm not sure where perhaps Martin is referring to the full stages of development. But also, this park can be fully utilised for environmental events. We can do the shag show up there as it is, and also for organic festivals. Organic river festivals are greenfields events. They are worldwide events. They will put Kapiti on the map. The one that was recently closed over the last few years in the Vins Kimberley Reserve was the 10th biggest and best organic festival in the world at the point that it closed, and it closed because it grew so big. That's the sort of tourism-based and economic development, enhancing event that can take place on a green field with zero impact and zero facilities. In fact, organisers of these events worldwide absolutely delight in having zero infrastructure, and I think Sophie will nod her head at that, but that's the way they work. Yeah, that's the way they work. So this is definitely not a no-go to economic development and future development of the park. This is saying a deferral. This is saying let's swap out a $700,000 item for a cheaper one. And I have a quick question on the electric vehicles. I gather from Jocelyn's talking that she thought it was still in the annual plan. However, according to the chart on page 14, paragraph 31, it has been removed, the electric vehicle purchase. And I would like to ask, perhaps Sean can tell us, for this 300K, has the council accessed the government's electric vehicle fleet purchasing grant, which is the EV First grant, which is very, very generous and would assist council in making these purchases? So that's a few things.
Sean.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not aware of a government grant. We are part of the all of government purchasing procurement contract, which gives us a significant discount on vehicles. So if we were purchasing those vehicles, they'd be through that process.
So there is a specifically funded EV First grant for councils and for businesses when they're looking at replacing fleets or in doing fleet renewals. And it is quite a generous grant too from the times I've looked at it, and I've certainly passed on information about it to staff in the past.
Okay.
Happy if you would like to send that information through, we're certainly having a look at it. Again, I know there's a support package for electric bicycles, but again, I hadn't heard of a grant unless EECA are providing some sort of subsidy. But
okay.
Right. Look, okay. Look, Martin, I'm going to give you the last go, and after that, I'm going to go back to James Coates.
I just wanted to clarify on Jackie's comment. It wasn't talking about a $4 million forward spend. This is money that's already been invested in drainage and the preparation of those fields. Perhaps Alison, you could clarify money that has perhaps been spent in that arena. Well aware that's a $700 in next financial year's budget, and I think similar amount in the following year's budget. The only issue I have with eventing in that area is the access through Camelot. I'm very concerned that large numbers of people will have trouble getting through there. But I think from a sports field perspective, that there's not that issue doesn't exist.
Alison.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there has been some money spent there on drainage and upgrades. I think all up, it's in the few $100,000 realm. And just to note that, yes, this build is over 2 years, so it's a total of $1.5 million, bearing in mind that there are no services to the park at the moment. So that's covering everything to do with the build, such as power, water supply, wastewater, septic tanks, all those things. And in order for us to be able to cater for sport and community further, at the moment, we can't have big games there because the adults haven't got anywhere to get changed. We get porta coms in, but we've had a flag from the bigger events that they won't come unless we have adequate changing facilities.
Alison, can you go back to the point of this capital investment you're talking about, the contracting overflow from that or multiply effect from that on the economy? Do you have anything to say around that?
I guess just supporting what Wayne has said about the number of jobs that are contributed to by having the capital spend.
Right, okay. James, you want to introduce the resolutions?
Yeah, look, thank you, Guru. And look, team, I've listened to the comments from the other councillors, and you know, please no, I haven't put them aside. I do want to test the appetite of the council and put the recommendations, including the one for Otaroa Park, in. My personal view, and hence why I'm moving the recommendations, is that we need to start that project. As I said, when I was a community board member at the time and the park was purchased, there was pressure on the land back then in Jenny Rowan's time for the sporting fields to be developed, and that's articulated in the newspaper articles at the time when the land was purchased. So I'm going to move the recommendations found on page 23 from 109 through to 117. I understand there may be an amendment if there are some that disagree with the Aotearoa Park, and I guess we'll see how that goes. I want to acknowledge the challenges of COVID-19 on those within our community. I know that there's been a call from some within the community for a zero rates impact. Look, there's probably not a councillor around the table or a staff member that would not like to deliver that, but we're also elected to make decisions that are in the best interest of our community. And as we've heard, there is some risks to doing that. There's also there's costs directly associated with that in terms of interest paid on debt to fund the shortfall. You know, many in our community, including ourselves, will face some financial pressure from COVID. And I think the packages that we've delivered respond to that. Equally, there are some in our community who aren't financially affected by COVID-19, and I personally know, many people that aren't affected financially through this. So, you know, we need to be careful we're not having a broad brush approach, and that we have support where support is needed. And I think in terms of looking at the councils around the country, a rates increase of 2.6% is modest in comparison to some of our neighbours. You know, we've done to death the debate around the capital expenditure program, and I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming out there that investing in our community through capital projects supports the local economy, supports local people in terms of employment, and also provides attractions and enhancements to the district to make it more welcoming for people to come into Kapiti. I also want to acknowledge that the council staff have and will continue to look for further savings within the operational budget. And as the Chief Executive has alluded to, that this isn't the end, this is just the beginning, and that we will need to be responsive through the next part of the financial year as things arise. And so with all that in mind, I want to move these recommendations and look for a seconder and look forward to the discussion and debate.
I think Janet Holbrook has raised the hand. Janet, you're seconding it?
Yes, I would like to second that and to
Right.
talk about everything James has said. I also want to suggest a further motion noting that council staff are, through this process, are looking for additional savings.
Janet, could I just add to that? I had a recommendation 118, which I'm just going to cut and paste to the chat thread so staff have it. And I'm putting that in now. And so 118 notes that council staff will come back to elected members with an updated capital works program list. So that doesn't cover off what you wanted to add, Janet, but we could, I guess, add that as 119.
Oh, look, it's similar enough. Similar enough. I'm happy. It just highlights that there is some, there's further work to be done. So that's fine.
So that's 118.
Yeah, so 109 through to 118. I was going to move that separately, but I'll move it all together.
May I just ask a quick question from Jacinta on that one? In terms of the overall review of CapEx, I guess that would depend on how things go with central government and the projects that they're looking at for us in terms of shovel ready. So we'll probably, in terms of review, I would see that happening over this next quarter and then also into the first quarter of next year. Is that sort of roughly what you're thinking?
Yeah, look, I didn't have a time frame around that for that very reason, Jacinta, understanding it's a bit of a fluid situation there. But I think that in order for us to be able to communicate with our community on what we're actually doing, we need to have that capital works program, because it is the big chunk of the of the budget.
Can I
Right, so
also say, Mr. Mayor, that we have 118 already put forward by Mr. Mark de Haast. It talks of approves the average rate increase of 2.6% for the draft 2020 to 21 annual plan to be finalised on the 25th of June 2020. So the 119 is the recommendation from Councillor Coates.
So the mover and seconder are happy with 118?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Janet?
Yes.
Okay, now it's open for debate. Janet Holbrook, you want to start, or?
I'm aware that somebody else had their hand up, and I don't have any opening speech rights.
You marked it earlier on.
I'm happy with everything that Councillor Coates has said. I think we've gone through this quite thoroughly for quite a long time now, and I do agree that we do need to keep up some capital spending. I think that this is very sensible and needed capital spending in terms of the growth and demographic of our district. So I'm happy to support these recommendations today. Thank you. And thanks to all the
Elliott.
they've done.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a comment?
Yes.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just whilst I've been listening, I've had a chance to read through the chat sessions, and there seems to be some dialogue as to why Gary is in attendance. So I just wanted to explain. So I actually did invite both Gary and Brian to attend the meeting today, given that our Audit and Risk Subcommittee are not meeting until advised further under COVID-19. I thought, given the significance of the decisions that you're making today, and following advice from the OAG, I thought it was entirely appropriate to have Gary and Brian present today. So, so Gary is here through invite. Obviously, there's no voting rights today. So, and I just wanted to give you all assurance and comfort by having Gary in the meeting today with us to raise any concerns, which he hasn't. But I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear as to why Gary was attending with us today. It's certainly not normal practice, but we normally don't have it's not normal that we don't have an Audit and Risk Subcommittee.
With all due respect, if you had signaled that to me earlier, I may have bent the rules to allow them to have given the extraordinary circumstances we are in, I would have allowed him to say something about some overall perceptions of where we've landed.
It's not too late.
With that, Guru, if there's an opportunity and if Gary wants to, it would be helpful if he has any comments to add from an audit and a risk perspective. Don't want to put him on the spot, but I mean, if he's silent, then he's comfortable. But
yeah, it's Mr. Jackson's not here either. No. Mark.
No, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, Mr. Jackson couldn't attend today.
So I'll just open it to the councillors. So we're willing to hear from Gary Simpson, the independent member of the Audit and Risk Committee. Thumbs up. Okay. Gary. Gary, would you like to say something? Has Gary left the house?
I can't see him.
Appear to be in the meeting.
Pardon?
I think he's left.
Oh well. It is what it is. Right. The next person to talk, debate, Gwyn Compton.
Oh, throughout the drafting of the annual plan, we've had to respond to this really rapidly changing situation from COVID-19. And I, echo the sentiments that other councillors have had, that the work that staff have done to get us from that original 5.7 down to 2.6 has been great work under really challenging conditions in a really rapidly changing situation too. But in saying that, I think it's really important that the situation didn't just stop developing after our last workshop on this. It's kept developing and more information's kept coming up. So we got in the last economic development update, those figures around the impacts on our retail sector. And if you're a supermarket, you're doing great, but for others, your accommodation, tourism, and a few others, they've had their entire income wiped out throughout April, and some of that will start to return now, but long term they're going to have a significant impact on their cash flow, on their ability to pay things. And the same goes for our ratepayers here as well. There's a figure that came out yesterday that unemployment's up 30,000 just in the 4 weeks to April 17th. Treasury's put out analysis that's shown that under level 4, the reduction in GDP over that time was 40%. Under level 3, they're looking at 25%. So we've got these thousands of people, 30,000 people more out of work. There'll be tens of thousands on top of that who are working reduced hours, and there'll be a whole lot more who are just surviving on whatever wage subsidy their employers have actually been able to pay them over this time. So I think it's really important to take that into account too, and how we're deliberating today. So I've been carefully weighing up my position on this since we had that workshop, because obviously, as I mentioned before, things are changing, and it very much looks like things are going to get more difficult for our communities over the coming months rather than better, as the impacts from the level 4 and level 3 lockdowns, as they sort of, the effect of them comes through in all the numbers that we see. And I appreciate that whatever decision we make, there are going to be trade-offs today, whether it's a slightly increased rates rise this year, or if we did something else, then you'd have to make up that funding with greater rate rises in the future. And I appreciate that staff are going to come back to us, I think it was the 4th of June, with additional options on how we could actually get that number down even further. So during those workshops, I asked a couple of questions about the 0% rates rise and what the impacts of that might be. And we potentially haven't had that come through as well in the previous discussions I would have liked. But I do wonder, when Phil Twyford talks about us using, or the government talks about us using our balance sheets more, is this the option that we should do it to get that rates rise figure down even further, that we accept, we ease stuff as much as we physically can for ratepayers this year, and we acknowledge that the long-term trade-off that is that we're going to have, a extra 0.5% of that to make up in future years while we pay, whatever percentage of the $2.1 million it might be, that, or the whole lot, if we, if that was an option. So yeah, I guess that's the thing that I'm struggling with here, is balancing that off, acknowledging that things for our ratepayers, now that we're seeing much more of the data come through, are extremely tough at the moment. And what might seem like a small figure for us in terms of the average rates rise per week, which I think was $1.65, for someone who's maybe, they're in a better house, but they might be on a lower income for some reason, that, those figures are going to play out differently across the district, especially down in Waikanae Beach, where they've traditionally had quite high rate rise, at the upper end of the range that forms the average. So yeah, I'm of the view that the stuff we've done is good so far, but there is more that we need to look at to get that figure down as much as possible, if not zero. So that's sort of my perspective on it. I don't think with the data that's coming out, that 2.6, even though it's been good work to get here, I still don't think that's necessarily defensible in the eyes of the public. I'm saying that I respect that council has done an amazing job to get to this point, and if the view of the council is to go with that, then I respect that as well.
Right. Next one, Jackie Elliott.
I was just going to ask the James and Janet, mover and seconder, how you would feel about another wee statement put on the end of recommendation 119, where it notes the councillor coming back with an updated CapEx program, but also noting the councillor coming back with options for reductions in OPEX for our consideration, including the lease details and contractual commitments around the 2 buildings that we lease for staff.
I'll respond to that, given that I moved the recommendation. I'm assuming that Sean might be acting Chief Executive in Wayne's absence. Is that right, Guru?
Yep.
And correct. I guess, Jackie, I will defer to Sean a little bit. I personally don't have an issue with wording around that the Chief Executive and senior leadership will, look at further savings. I guess what I wouldn't probably be so keen to do is get down to detailing it to
sure.
Takati House and so forth, because if you got one and you miss another, I think it's better just to have it that they'll be looking for further operational savings. So, Sean, I just want to check with you. I know that the discussion has been raised with councillors, with the team, and at the end of the day, it's a governance decision in terms of what the will of the council. But it would be helpful to have a response from yourself in Wayne's absence.
Can I just say that I think the manager of corporate services have already responded to Jackie Elliott and said that will include in a report that's going to come back to us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Could I just respond?
Make a comment?
Sean.
Well, what I was going to say was really endorsing what Councillor Coots had said, and that we're happy to come back with the work that's ongoing in terms of potential savings across the organisation, and that will obviously incorporate anything that was available in terms of any sort of lease or any other areas that we're able.
Thank you, Sean.
Sorry.
And Mark, you wanted to re-emphasize the original response you gave to Jackie Elliott.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Look, I just wanted to bring another dimension to the conversation. So, I actually didn't touch on, but should have spoken about another recommendation, is that we've taken inflation out of the budgets for next year. So we've never done that before, and the risk of doing that is that we have a whole lot of contracts where we're contractually committed to increase our payments for service. So that's come out, and how we're going to have to manage that next year is that we're either going to either have to do less work because we're bound to make those increased contractual payments, so we have to turn some work off, or we're going to have to increase our borrowings, or we're going to have to repurpose budgets. So when I said we were going to do a work on between now and the 4th of June, we've looked at our budgets thoroughly, and there's not an awful lot that we can take out now. We've taken inflation out. What we're going to focus on is the CapEx program, because if we reduce the CapEx program, we reduce borrowings. Reduce borrowings, you reduce interest costs, and there's a savings to the ratepayer there. We know from the past we've had some significant revaluation increases to our 3 water assets, and we do a comprehensive due diligence program. And I can't commit to you that at the end of that due diligence program, we're going to actually say to you, we've actually saved $100,000 on depreciation because we've actually managed to argue the revaluation increase down. At the moment, we have our valuers telling us that the increase to our unit costs is 6%, and COVID-19 has had no impact on our unit rate to replace our pipes. So we are revaluing, not at 31st of March, but we're going to be revaluing it at 30th of June, and we're going to do the diligence, and we're going to challenge our valuers because we believe that COVID-19 has had an impact. But the question, what I'm really trying to be very clear is we'll look at that CapEx program, we'll look at the revaluations, but we've stripped out an awful lot, and to commit to come back to you on the 4th of June with savings, there's no guarantee that I can make to you that I am going to be able to find savings in the revaluation of our assets this year. So, and I did want to labour the point that by cutting inflation out, that's including inflation to personnel costs. So there's we're running very, very lean, and you know, if there is some savings that are crystallised through changing the CapEx program and the revaluation, that's fantastic. But we are fast approaching. If you want rates reduced even further, you have to do that through borrowings.
Okay, look, we need to move on. Jackie, who else needs to speak before I put the resolutions for vote? Okay, nobody else? So are we ready to? Oh, okay. We've got Jackie. Are you still wanting to speak on this?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So, look, thank you, Mark, for your comments. I'm simply asking that as we note staff coming back with more information about CapEx, and you've already made a commitment to coming back on the 4th of June.
Let me just caution you all. Look, we're now in debating session. We don't want to go back to questions to the staff again and rerun the whole thing.
No, I'm debating.
So make your big picture comments.
And what I asked was, I asked Janet and James if they would approve for the same sort of statement that's saying staff will come back to us with possible, put in the word possible, considerations for reduction in OPEX. And I think it is really, really important that, if anything, the public see us and we are seen to be asking that, making that request of management, you know, for the 8th annual plan in a row. It's really important, public relations wise, that we are seen to do this. And that is why I asked. I'll leave it with you, James and Janet.
If you can put an amendment if you want and test it.
Guru, can we just proceed? We've heard from Sean that he's okay with the wording that I suggested. I interestingly, in terms of having my right of reply, I had noted in there the comments that Mark had made already prior to Mark saying it. So just acknowledging the cuts made, including no increase into the council salary budget and so forth. So Mark, it certainly hasn't been missed by me. And I think if we have the resolution that just notes that council will continue to look for savings, it could be, you know, simply not leasing one of the buildings, or equally, we may continue to need to lease the building and there'll be a reason behind that. So, you know, I think the fact that you've articulated today that things are pretty lean as it is, gives some sort of safety around the expectations.
So what's your, James, reaction for, did I get it right that Jackie Elliott wanted to look not only capital works but operational?
Yeah.
Look, I think the suggestion was that the chief executive and the senior leadership team will continue to look for further savings. I don't think we need to elaborate any further, and if there is none, they'll articulate that they looked and there wasn't. You know, and if, for example, one of the buildings that Jackie mentioned isn't able to be let go, then again, the reasons behind that will be mentioned as well. You know, every argument has to have its case to stand up.
I'm comfortable with the blanket statement from the chief executive, which had made that they will be continuing to look at savings. I think that should cover it. Jackie, I think you can pursue it offline. I think that you take that assurance from staff, and we've got the next few months to work that through.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll reflect my feelings in the vote.
Okay, next is Martin Holiday.
Put the washing out and put
Okay.
the other load on. Grab some of yours and sisters, please.
Sorry, Jackie's still, you're on still. My view is, look, this whole annual plan it's pretty much been put together in a whole, almost an original format with a whole new mindset in relation to how we've been reacting to this whole COVID-19 situation. And I think we need to give this new mindset the opportunity to work. That's going to happen over the next 12 and 24 months. We're still in the early stages of all this. Heck, I'm about to run out of juice. You know, I'm seeing will. I'm seeing will from the senior leadership team. I'm seeing will from staff. I'm seeing will from councillors and the community to make this all work. I think the fact that we've got down as low as we have, and there's a will there to be continually working on this, needs to be taken into consideration and given the chance to work. It's now up to us to make this work, and it is an evolving situation. I'm supporting it the way it currently is because I'm seeing that will, and I'm looking forward to working with it.
Very good. Now I'm looking at councillors who have not spoken yet. Rob McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to support this. I think the council have done an excellent job on helping to reduce the rates, and that information has been provided over a number of sessions, and we've all had access to that information. So while I really do support that they can find additional savings, I think we need to support what we currently have. Thank you.
Right. Anybody else who hasn't spoken yet?
I agree with exactly what Rob's just said.
Any other councillors? Right. Gwen, Martin,
sorry, Mr. Mayor, we've got Councillor Buswell that wanted to speak.
Right. Okay. Councillor Buswell.
Thank you. I have been chopping and changing. I've had some really bad reception, so sorry I haven't contributed that much. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate everything that the staff has done, like all the other councillors around the table. I just want to express that, you know, I've been a councillor for 4 years and we've tried really, really hard to get into the financial position that we have found ourselves in. And in some respects, it's really sad to see us go slightly backwards by dropping things so much, but completely understand. And I'm so grateful that for the last 4 years, we have been trying hard to get into the financial position to be able to do what we've done today. And I really do believe that what we've done today is unprecedented and really, really amazing. To get down to the 2.6 has been such a hard fight for the staff that have been in a completely different mindset over the last few years. So I full-heartedly support the 2.6% and really hope, and we'll have to all keep our fingers crossed for the Provincial Growth Fund and the other Crown infrastructure projects to come through and see that growth in our area, particularly around jobs and things, because we know that it's going to be tricky out there. Thank you.
Right. Any other councillors? Oh, so before I get James to his right of reply, I'd like to thank the council staff for the tremendous work that they put in, you know, on the run. Spent many hours, late nights. Like I said earlier on, I had already drafted a letter to delay this because finance team was under huge stress to get the report done, but they managed to do it, and kudos to them. And we know that we are in unprecedented times at the moment. I realize that there are people who want a zero rates increase, but we know we have pushed it as much as we can. 2.6 is actually a remarkable achievement to have pushed it down to that level. And we have the assurance of staff led by the Chief Executive that they will be looking at further savings as things change, because things are changing week by week, month by month. We can expect these changes to come. So well done to everybody. And I ask that everybody supports the 2.6 and the resolutions from 109 to 120. James, right reply.
Guru, just before I do, in the Zoom chat thread, there's been a request from Councillor Compton to take the recommendations individually. And I believe under standing orders, any member can request that the vote is taken
Yes.
individually. So I'm just looking for your guidance there as chair before I proceed.
No, that's fine. Let's do that.
Thank you. So just moving recommendation 109. I'm assuming you don't want me to read it all
so
out.
we're doing, hold on, James. So we're doing recommendations one after the other. So it's recommendation 109. All those
And I second.
wanting to vote yes or no? So
So I currently have only 10 votes. 10 votes for yes, and I have no one signaling a no. So
is there an abstention?
who is that from?
There's no vote from Councillor Randall.
Okay. So I suppose I take that as an abstention. So recommendation 109 is passed, is moved. Now to recommendation 110 from 1101 to 1107.
Yep, so I move that from point 1 right through to point 7.
And I'll second that.
So cast your votes. Tanika.
So we're just waiting, still waiting for, I have 9 yes votes. Is that correct? And 0 no votes. Oh, 10 yes votes.
No, I'm abstaining on that. That's all. But there's no button to press for abstaining.
That's fine.
That's quite right. I mean, all you have to do is say that by a voice, saying they're abstaining. That'll be recorded. Okay, so that's passed. 10 and 1 abstention.
So Guru, I move recommendation 111.
And it's seconded by Janet Holbrook. Tanika.
Just bear with me. We have 11 votes. Yes.
Okay, that's passed.
Move recommendation.
Now recommendation 112.
112.
Seconded.
$11 votes yes.
Okay, so that's passed.
Sorry. Oh, it's changed. Is that because people have changed their mind, or?
So what have you got?
So now we have 10 votes yes.
Is there an abstention?
Bernie, Councillor Randall.
Bernie, are you abstaining?
Oh no, no, there's a tick there now.
Oh no, we have 11. We now have 11.
Okay, this is exciting stuff. Resolution 113.
So again, I'm happy to move 113.
Happy to second.
We have 11 votes. Oh, 10 votes yes. 11 votes yes.
So
I think, Tanika, I don't think you're actually clearing them between each voting. I don't know if that matters, but I think they're all just sitting there from one voting session to another.
Maybe we could all clear our own.
I'm clearing my own.
No,
Okay.
you just clear your
Okay.
own.
Yeah, okay. Well, mine aren't changing, but others might be, that's all.
Right. Resolution
we-
114.
So are we still going with 11 for that last vote?
Yep. Okay. So resolution 114.
So
James,
moving 114.
seconded. Seconded. Janet Holbrook.
And we have 11 for that.
Okay, so now we are going to 115.
Happy to move 115.
Seconded, Janet Holbrook.
Yep.
Uh, 11 votes yes.
Okay.
Moving
now-
116.
116.
Eleven votes yes.
Okay. 117. Moved. James
Happy to
Cook,
move
seconded,
117.
Janet Holbrook.
Yep.
I have 11 votes.
This passed. It's now 118.
Now, Guru, there was one from Mark DeHaas, which I don't have. I have the two which have been suggested by elected members. So maybe I'm not too sure whether Mark wants it as 118 or whether he wants it at the end.
Isn't it there at 118? Approves an average rates increase of 2.6%. That was it.
Sorry, I can't see it on my. It's a bit small.
It's here on mine. Do you want to?
Yeah, sorry, it's a bit small on my screen. So 118 as per the screen share.
Yeah.
Happy to
Yeah.
move.
Moved, seconded by Janet Holbrook. 118.
So we have 9 yeses and 2 noes.
Okay. Carried.
And then 119 notes that council staff will come back to elected members with an updated capital works program list.
Seconded.
So I see 10 yeses and 0 noes, or 11 yeses. 11 yeses.
11 yeses. So carried.
Guru, look, I know this is the first time we've done Zoom and we've got some challenges. Gwyn has called division, and I'm assuming that was on the vote for the 2.6%.
The
So maybe,
1181.
yeah, so yeah, 118. Is that right, Gwyn?
Yeah, that
We
was
just have
cool.
to
I'm
note-
happy for I'm happy for us to move on from it now.
Thank you.
No, but you can have your vote noted if you say no.
Yeah, I'm happy for that.
Okay.
Okay. So
Last recommendation 119 notes that the Chief Executive and SLT will continue to look for further savings.
Seconded.
right.
So we have 11 yeses. 11 yeses for 119.
Carried. 120.
So the one we just moved was the capital works, not the savings. Right?
Yeah, that's
We
right.
are 1120 notes that the CE and SLT will continue to look for further savings is what we're voting on now. So I have 11 yeses.
Carried.
So can I just go back to Councillor Compton, where did you want your division noted?
118, please.
So was Gwyn the only one who voted against that?
No, I also want it recorded as a division, please. And the first 2 or 3 ones, in fact, all of them, I like the division for all the items, please.
I think you just need to note their vote.
Well, I think the division shows for and against, doesn't it? For all the councillors.
That could be filled in later, as long as we
Yeah.
note who was against.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Councillor Randall had a couple of abstentions earlier on. Did you want those recorded?
Yes, please.
I've had his abstention for 1110 through to 1110.7. That's the only one that I had recorded.
I think the first one as well.
The first one I supported.
Okay, good. All done then.
Guru,
Only
I
the one-
raised Gwyn's division because he raised it in the chat thread. I'm not so sure that we should go back and do division for every single vote.
No. I think like Randall's one, he just wanted it to be noted.
So
His
we
abstention to be noted. That's all.
So Councillor Randall was abstained from 1110, and then we have a division board for 118.
Yep. And because the voting is clear, we don't have to actually go through that. Okay, I think that brings recommendation, the item 8 to an end, or 8.2 to an end. Should we take a 20-minute break?
Right, yep, we can.
2:45, we're back.
2:45.
Did we not have a speaker scheduled to come and do a briefing?
I know, but it was.
We have, that's now been cancelled, Councillor Elliott,
Okay.
and we will reschedule.
Thank
For
you.
the second time. So we paid him twice.
Yeah.
But we'll see you all back here at 2:45.
Please, can you all turn off your recorders? And Grayson, if you could stop the recording and the YouTube stream, please.
Tanika, are you still there?
Reporting officers would be Morag, Clint, who's the contractor who wrote the report, and Janice McDougall, group manager. Welcome.
Good afternoon, councillors, Rupini and colleagues and community board chairs. I hope you've all enjoyed a very short lunch break. Before I start to take you through this paper, I guess I'd like to start by throwing to Councillor McCann to see if there are any comments he would like to make by way of introduction.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Janice. I'd like to start by thanking the staff, Janice, Morag, and the contractor, Clint, for the enormous amount of work they've done on this particular issue. And also a big thank you, and it is a very late thank you, to the Mayoral Housing Task Force who submitted their report way back in 2017. This has been a pretty long journey for our council, and perhaps too long, but I'm confident that if we accept the recommendations in this report, that we're going to start to make some progress. It's quite a broad-based paper which covers, as I see it, a wide range of options, because there is no one quick fix to ensure that people have accessible and affordable housing. We have to remember that while COVID-19 is top of mind at the moment, the needs of our community are still paramount, and there is a lack of housing, there is a lack of affordable housing, there's overcrowding and migration north. So this paper tries to address many of those issues with a wide-ranging set of recommendations. The only downside is that we as a council have had to act responsibly, and we have reduced the amount of funding that we're putting into this project. But I'm pretty confident that with the great team that we've got here in council, that we're still going to make progress, just not as fast as we were going to. So with that word of caution, I'd like to hand over to Janice. Thanks.
Thank you. As the Mayor has noted, Clinton Fisher from the Property Group, who was the author of the Housing Programme Assessment Report, is here to answer any questions that you may have once we get to that point in proceedings. And Morag Taimaliatane, who authored the report on the agenda, is also here should we need her. So I thought that I would start with a brief overview of the paper, and just to reinforce what we are seeking your endorsement and approval for today. A little bit of a history lesson, so please bear with me if you are already familiar with the history. But just to confirm, what we are seeking from you today is, I guess, your acceptance of the Housing Programme Assessment Report and your support and endorsement for Council to establish a housing programme and again, your endorsement for some of the early priorities that we might want to take a look at while we continue to develop a more detailed multi-year work program. So as has already been noted, the story starts in 2017 when the council received a report from the Kapiti Coast Community Housing Task Force, an initiative established by the Mayor. In response to that, the current long-term plan created a platform for the council to consider its future role in housing, and noted that we would also need to have a particular focus around social housing. So about this time last year, we engaged the property group to start an assessment of the housing needs and opportunities specific to the Kapiti Coast as a way of informing a conversation about what our future role may be. In carrying out that work, Clinton and his team engaged quite widely within council, the organisation, with elected members, with a range of individuals and organisations within the district that had an interest in housing. You will be familiar with the content of that report. We've briefed you several times as work has progressed, including most recently as part of your annual plan workshops earlier in the year. So to touch a little bit on the Housing Task Force report, today, as well as seeking your endorsement for the council's approach to housing moving forward, we are also seeking your endorsement for our formal response back to the Housing Task Force. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor McCann's comments earlier in this conversation, that for many that has been slow in coming, too slow in coming, and I think it's great that we are at that point today where we can formalise our response to the Housing Task Force. I think that the issues that are at play here have been well canvassed in the report, and I certainly don't need to, I don't think there's a need for me to canvass all of that information in a conversation now, but with, I guess, with a sense of enthusiasm, I am really looking forward to being able to answer any questions that you have, and to hopefully at the end of this conversation see us progressing forward with this very important piece of work, because ultimately a lot has changed in our environment in the last few weeks, but one thing that won't be positively impacted by the COVID-19 situation is, of course, the very real pressures that many Kapiti Coast residents are facing in relation to affordable and accessible housing. So with that, I'm happy to leave it there, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to answer any questions.
Right, first one up, Bernie Rendell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are the comments also of the Housing Task Force. So what I'm doing is reiterating what the Housing Task Force Chair has sent to me, John Hayes, and just also I endorse these. And there are two matters in particular. Action 8, and I think this is important, being a Paraparaumu Ward councillor, to investigate the feasibility of redevelopment of council-owned pensioner units. There's a lot of land associated with the pensioner units, and we could look at that to provide additional housing opportunities. And I would like that Action 8 to be carried forward. The other point, which Councillor McCann would no doubt be interested in, the Housing Task Force urged Council to work with central government to address increasing demands for public housing. So they're promising money, and we should, if they do promise it and give it to us, we should accept this the money for public housing, rather than the council providing money. That's the two issues that I wish to raise.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. Certainly, in terms of central government, we are having some active conversations with relevant central government agencies at the moment to look at how central government might be able to support or enable housing related programs in this district. So I certainly support Mr. Hayes' comments there.
I think there are two questions on there. Randall.
Sorry, I think the second, the earlier comment was I think Councillor Randall was expressing support for Action 8 in the report and potentially asking for that to be a priority.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Gwyn and then Jackie Lear.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The way I understand it is the actions that are we're being asked to approve to progress today, they're just most of the short-term ones, aren't they? And I'm guessing that Action 13, because it's quite similar to Action 7 in terms of convening that task force, that's why that's sort of been left out of the recommendations there?
Yes, I think we would look to possibly try and combine those two activities.
Perfect, thank you.
Jackie Lear.
Firstly, back in 2017, did Council actually formally receive the Housing Task Force report?
It was received, I believe, as a submission to the annual plan, but Morag, please jump in.
I think it was a long-term plan.
Long-term plan, yes.
Okay, so it was formally received. Okay, I just wasn't sure that stage had happened. And my second question is, during our recent workshop for the annual plan, it was noted that staff are undertaking some negotiations with developers and other parties, and I'm wondering if the names of those could be disclosed.
I think the conversations would be a better word to use there, a more accurate description of what's happening rather than negotiations. And my answer today is still the same as my answer then, that those are very early stage conversations and not something that we're in a position to name or report on at the moment.
Okay, thanks. That's it, thank you.
James Coates.
Thank you, Guru and Janice, for the introduction into the report. I've just got three questions. First one's on page 27, number 34, the first bullet point there, action number 1. The audit of council's existing residential land holdings, that was sort of informally started in the last triennium with, at the request of myself and Councillor Michael Scott, around our assets. So I would think that that action there is largely well underway. I'm just interested in any comments you've got around it. I appreciate it was a bigger piece of work, but it's certainly not something that's starting from scratch.
Yes, there are a number of, well, maybe not a number, but there are several recommendations in the Housing Needs Assessment Report where Council already has some work underway. That is one of them. Also work in relation to understanding barriers to existing development capacity being taken up, which is action area 3 proposed in the report. There is initial work underway already on that too. So certainly not all of the actions in the report will require us to start new work. In many cases, we will have existing work streams that can contribute to them.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you for a specific date, but that piece of work has taken longer than, at least I think we expected as elected members in terms of the asset stock take. So any idea in terms of how long to complete action number 1 in terms of the audit of existing residential land holdings?
So we have, I guess what I would note is that that's a piece of work that's underway within the property group. We have an initial view on, I guess, vacant land holdings that the council owns, and of which there are not many, and their potential for housing. We have used that to inform some of our conversations with central government, but the overall timeframes around the much broader land audit that touches on issues far wider than what we would be needing to cover for this work is not something I'm familiar with, and I don't know if Sean or anybody else on the call might have an answer to that.
I think Wayne would be the one to know that one.
Okay, we can move on from there. Thanks for that, Janice. Two other questions. So number 42 on page 28, Papakainga Housing Toolkit. Look, it has been expressed through Te Whakaminanga the length of time it has taken for the council to respond to the request for that toolkit to be developed. I think it's probably maybe 2+ years since that initial request came through Te Whakaminanga. I remember when, I think it was Hastings or Napier Council came and presented on the work that they'd done locally, and that was really where the thrust of this sort of request came from. So again, any time frame in terms of actually bringing that to completion?
I guess just as a general comment, we haven't got specific timeframes attached to any of those actions. That are in the report. What I can say about Papakainga is that prior to COVID-19, I know that our district planning manager was keen to begin a conversation with our iwi partnerships team and iwi reps about how we could get that piece of work underway again. That's obviously taken a little bit of a hit now that we are focused on responding to COVID-19, but it would certainly be an early priority for getting underway once we do get back to a more normal way of working in this space. And certainly timeframes is something that we would like to discuss with our iwi partners.
Thank you, Janice. So certainly from
Yeah,
my...
Can I just add to that? And I know that for the Papakainga side, for that to happen, we need a plan change into the district plan. And the district plan, we cannot put a new plan change in until we have resolved the appeals of the district plan, which is currently alive. So that's part of the problem. But having said that, it would be strategic if we have all our ducks in a row. As and when we can, then we should be able to.
We certainly see value in restarting that conversation as soon as we can, despite challenges with the district plan.
So just to respond to that a little bit, Janice, I absolutely understand why there's not specific dates in this paper, and I'm not looking to you for a date, but I do want to signal, I guess, a concern that's been raised by councillors around particular projects and not having timeframes in place for those projects to tend to creep. And, you know, moving forward, it would certainly be desirable once we have a better understanding of a project and what's needed to complete it, that we actually have some dates put in place so we can track how we're performing against delivering on that. The last one I had was just around the, on that same page, number 47. Now, in answering this question, I don't want to give the impression I don't support housing, quite the opposite. I absolutely see that we have a role to play in the housing space. And the word there is around providing a mandate. So, you know, through our LTP, I remember the document, and we had some information there around our role that we played in housing. But I guess I'm just cautious of using the word mandate. I do note that it says direction. It doesn't sort of, you know, say it provides a mandate for building houses or so forth. But just to be careful that we are, I guess, cognizant of the fact that I don't think we've got a blanket support from the community to step fully into the social housing space and build, 100, 200 units. That being said, I do want to signal support for the same point that Councillor Randall made around looking at our existing housing stock and the redevelopment of those sites, but I'll bring that up further in debate. Thank you.
Just in response to that, I think the key word in that sentence to consider alongside mandate is consider. So I think what we're saying there is that the long-term plan provided the mandate for council to consider its future role in housing. Any departure from our current role or any major forays into a new space for us in housing would need to be carefully considered by the council, and certainly anything that might impact our assets or our service delivery or have a significant issue on budgets, we would need to seek a mandate from the community at that point.
Thank you, Janice.
Right, Janet Holbrook.
Yeah, thanks for all this wealth of work that's been done, and good to have some action points to start making some progress in this area. I'm just wondering how this is tying in, if at all, with the LGNZ Housing 2030 project, and whether we went to the symposium in February. Did that go ahead, and any takeouts from that, and how we're kind of tying into, so we're not unique in having some of these problems, so how are we tying into work that other councils are doing here?
So as well as several elected members, we had, I'm having to think here, but I think 3 or 4, possibly 5 staff from different departments in council attend the LGNZ Housing Symposium. I don't want to overstate the linkages to the LGNZ piece of work at the moment. We attended the forum. We are aware of the broader sector focus, and I think one of the things that I look forward to, should council endorse this direction today, is that when we are in a position to recruit some dedicated resource for housing, we will be able to better connect to the work underway in the sector.
Right. I have a question for Clint Fisher. In the conversations with Oranga, the Housing New Zealand, the problem we have is definition or needs assessment as to what the needs are in the district. Because I know MSD uses its registered to look, I think they came up with about 40, and Housing New Zealand is building 14, I think. They still haven't caught up with that number. But I know that when you're talking with social organizations, NGOs who are active in this area, they are looking at a need for about 300. But those seem to be anecdotal. So we don't know what's the methodology of assessing needs used by MSD versus what sort of evidence do we have to produce to secure the numbers that are truly reflective of what are called the hidden need. Clint.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. Just to unpick the question or response to your question, pardon me, there are 2 parts around the estimated demand within the district. The first part of that is the housing register, which is a published document on the Work and Income website, and that is a level of demand that people who are fronting up to Work and Income, who are looking for a secure, warm, dry home, either in Kapiti district or up to 2 or 3 other locations. At the moment, in the report, I think we reported up to 110 being on the waiting list within that register, and currently that's sitting probably just above that at the moment. The other component of the demand is the demand that we captured during the housing needs assessment by engaging with community housing providers, transitional housing providers within the district. And that was essentially an anecdotal number that was formed through advice from those NGOs who had received anywhere up to 4 calls a day from different parties, and then developed the number essentially up to a number of around, or a hidden demand of say 200. When we stack that with the housing register, that's where we arrived at approximately 300 being the demand for the district. In terms of what the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development have defined as what the pipeline is for public housing in the Kapiti district, we're basing ourselves off 250 or so existing public houses that are more or less managed by Kāinga Ora. In that additional pipeline of 50 houses that has been defined through the public housing plan, 13 of those have been confirmed by Kāinga Ora to be delivered in areas of Paraparaumu and Otaki. That leaves a balance of 27 dwellings that are unaccounted for. And with the discussions that I had with the chip sector last year, there was a strong appetite for chips to engage with others in the district to realise that that number. In terms of Kāinga Ora increasing their numbers, I think that one of the hurdles for that organisation is the level of services available within the Kapiti district. The Kāinga Ora perceive those to be, in terms of mental health, alcohol and drug addiction type of services, perhaps not sufficient to justify a larger number of housings to be delivered by that organisation. However, on the other side, I think it's heartening that the chip sector, the active chip sector in the district and the wider Wellington region has a strong appetite to step up to see if there's a viable solution to deliver the balance of those of the housing.
Very good. James.
Thank you, Guru. Sorry, I just had one I missed using the digital version. So on Clint Fisher's report on page 32 of the digital, and there is the action 8, which is the one that Councillor Randall referred to, is sitting in the medium term. What's classified as medium term? Is that within this triennium? Then I have a following question.
So I think that in terms of how we're classifying short, medium and long term, that's something that I think we classify a little differently to the timeframes that Clint has used, particularly post-COVID-19. What that actually looks like in practice is something that we would get a bit of sense of when we started to develop that detailed multi-year work program. Anything that started to touch on our pensioner housing would require community engagement and consultation, and quite likely a special consultative procedure. So this is probably a 6 to 9, possibly 12-month piece of work once it starts, and potentially the long-term plan considerations might be a vehicle for delivering some of that. I appreciate that I haven't answered your question. I've been speaking.
If I could put it back on you, if the desire from the council was to progress the first steps in this within this triennium, is that possible, finances depending? Because obviously it comes back to the affordability of it, but that would be not actually building something physically, but actually doing the starting work around the proposal to redevelop those ageing units that are costing us money to continually maintain.
Yes, absolutely possible to begin. The rate of progress would depend on the availability of resources, both people and budget. And if that was the will of the council, I guess I would recommend that Action 8 gets added into your resolution about which actions you would like us to prioritise in the interim while we are developing a fuller work programme.
Thank you, and I'd like to do that. However, my follow-up question to that is, given our recent recommendations on the annual plan, how does that affect our ability to fulfil some of the work program in this document? And then I have one last question after that.
So the recent annual plan deliberations around budget, probably, and the fact that council was considering more of a budget for housing than what staff had included in the base budget for the forthcoming financial year, but that has now come out of the draft annual plan. That probably leaves us back in the position that we were in when we first started briefing you around or workshopping the draft annual plan with you, and that was that we would have funding available for staff resource and a small OPEX budget to engage others, other pieces of work if needed, to build a picture of what we might want to seek funding and community mandate for via the long-term plan. So had the proposal to increase the money available for housing gone ahead through the draft annual plan, we might have actually been able to progress some of those initiatives without having to wait for the long-term plan to be the way we seek the funding and the community mandate. That said, there are a lot of initiatives that we can make progress on without requiring additional budget on top of what's already there. But bigger ticket items would need to wait for the long-term plan in terms of consideration. That's the key impact of the annual plan deliberations so far.
Thank you, Janice. And Guru, I'll be quick. I guess I don't want to be that councillor that in one hand is asking the council to reduce its expenses and look for areas of savings, and then on the other hand, look to increase the workload on the organisation and expect things to be funded and done. What I would like to see is some proactive movement around considering the redevelopment of the sites within the triennium. And so I'd probably look to staff's guidance around any resolution supporting that and the time frame. The last question I have is on...
just hang on that one, James. Rob, do you have a response to that, since you're a portfolio holder?
I do, through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's really important that we try and make sure that some of these recommendations don't get ahead of others. And I'll be very blunt here, the council does not have the trust of the community when it comes to housing. And that's, you may disagree with me, but we need to demonstrate that we have the best interests of the community at heart and our resources and our seniors in terms of those houses you're speaking to. So I would be very cautious about trying to push that particular project work too far ahead of some of our other responses. Otherwise, we could be seen as trying to sell off assets and not actually be fixing the problem. I'm just raising that as a concern that I've certainly heard when I speak in the community, and that is something that we have inherited as a council.
Right.
Robin,
back to you, James.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. And look, I agree, and certainly wouldn't be suggesting selling them off. But thank you for the input. And as I said, I agree. The last comment I want to make is on again on Clint's report, page 35. Issues to be addressed. Point number 3: encourage take up of existing development capacity. And in the action there, it refers to pretty much our consenting processes and so forth, and the prioritisation that Clint's got there is in the short term. Again, I just want to, I guess, signal that there is, still remain some significant concerns in the construction sector around our consenting, the handling of our consents, whether valid or not. And I just wondered, in terms of a question, whether in considering the report, staff have any response to dealing with that as part of this action.
Sorry, unmute myself. I was just lost in the report, actually, Councillor Coote. Sorry for the delay. I guess in response to that, I would say that overall, that's it's an ongoing area of focus for the council. We haven't obviously specified that as one of the actions that we would probably progress ahead of developing a more detailed work program. However, there are other pieces of work away in the organisation, some of them in response or soon to be getting underway, some of them in response to the housing and business assessment work that McGillivray is leaving, that would start to address those points. I guess I want to be, I need to try and be pragmatic. If I had my way, we would try and progress everything really quickly, super fast, and certainly our ability to progress things for the next financial year will be improved in comparison to this year. We will have budget for some dedicated resource, which is more than we've had to date. However, I guess I need to be mindful of what resource we do have available, and I think also the points that Councillor McCann raised around progressing in ways that maintain the trust and confidence of our community. And I guess from that perspective, you'll see there's a fairly strong social and public housing focus to the areas that we have suggested we progress in the interim. And I think that's probably really even more appropriate now, given the COVID-19 situation that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Janice.
Right, check Elia.
Sorry, I just wanted to address the comments made by Rob there. I'm not sure where this idea comes from that the public have no confidence in the council to provide housing. You know, for over 40 years, we've provided roofs over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of heads of very vulnerable people. That's been affordable and appreciated at very little extra cost to ratepayers until about 5 years ago when we decided to make a small contribution towards keeping their rent down and the upgrades that we have chosen to do. So public confidence, even though there's not ever a big noise about people who are happy with the public housing, I'm particularly proud, and we should all be proud, of this little train that just chugs away in the background and does such an exceedingly good job with very little fuss.
Just a comment, is there no question?
No, it's a comment.
Okay. Looks like anybody else? Looks like there's nobody else. Rob, would you like to move the recommendations?
Yes, Guru, I would like to move all the recommendations in one batch if that's agreeable with councillors. Recommendations 53 through to 61.
Hold on, can I just get, James, are you wanting to be seconder?
Look, I'm wanting to signal my intention to add action number 10 to recommendation 59 to the list there. And I'm happy to speak to that if Councillor McCann or staff want to hear the reasons behind that.
Do you want to test it and see whether...
I'd rather test it than trying to move an amendment. It's a little bit more messy, especially by Zoom. So look, Councillor Buswell and myself are both involved in the business leadership group with council staff. And even in the last week, it's been identified around the COVID-19 recovery, the concerns from the building sector around the consenting process. Now, I want to be really clear. I know that it is incredibly difficult in that regulatory field, and often it's around the rules. But it's no secret that our community has struggled with, our development community has struggled with our council consenting process. And I think it takes, in terms of any negotiation, a willingness from both parties to sit at the table and talk through those issues. I don't see number 10 as being a huge piece of work, more than a willingness to work together. And if that helps free up developers to build faster and build more, then I think that's a positive step around providing more housing. Hence why I'd like to see it on there. And I think that I'd probably have the support of Councillor Buswell if I was to move it as an amendment, but I'd rather it be moved by the original mover and seconded.
So in terms of the recommendations, what are you exactly proposing?
It would just be the addition of action 10 in the list that is there. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 and 14. I guess we might need to hear from Janice whether they perceive that there's more work than what I have entailed in terms of adding number 10 and potentially more cost. But, you know, I'd say even in the instance, starting the discussion with our development community, would it be a positive step that would cost very little other than time and a willingness to work together with them?
So you want, Janice, do you want to respond?
Happy to. I am wondering whether Natasha is still on the line and whether or not she may wish to respond if she still is. Is she here? No, I don't think so. So look, absolutely, if the will of the council is to add action 10 into the list of actions that will progress while we work on a detailed housing program, absolutely that's your place to do that. I guess I would just acknowledge that the more actions we have in there, I guess the slower progress will potentially be across all of them. I appreciate the importance that you're placing on this and the signal that you're wanting to send that this is important. I would say that this is one of those areas where there is already existing work that we can tap into, so we are not starting from scratch. Indeed, there are a number of conversations with the development community out of both our regulatory group and our infrastructure group, some particularly helpful conversations in recent months. I think that certainly give us a good platform to start from.
So, Tanika, have you added that 10 there? Yes, you have.
Yep. So I've got it in red.
And we haven't gone to the mover and seconder yet, but we've got
Councillor McCann moving.
Before that, I think we've got Martin Halliday and Jackie Elliott. Martin.
I just wanted to reinforce what James was saying. There is definitely that opinion out there in the construction industry, and we do need to get it sorted, and it should be a relatively, well, I say relatively simple process, but as James pointed out, it's a case of bringing people to the table and building up that trust again. So certainly got my full support on that option 10. I'd be interested in hearing Rob and Bernie's view with regards to action 8. Were they wanting to, was that to be discussed with bringing that into this as well? I do appreciate what you're saying, Janice, around stretching the resources. But that's something that Bernie was pretty strong about when we first started talking about this, and Jane, I think Rob had mentioned that as well. I'd be interested in hearing their opinions, whether they want those brought in as well. That's it.
I'm happy for Bernie to go first, and then I'll respond.
Yeah, yeah, I would like it to be brought into the recommendations. I mean, this is not my own personal recommendation as well. John Hayes, the chair of the Housing Task Force, sent me an email and saying that he would like this to be put into the report, action 8. So it's up to the councillors whether they agree to it or not.
Do you mind if I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not opposed to it, but again, my first statement stand that I do think we need to send the right signals. And with all due respect to Councillor Elliott, I do think that there is a mistrust around some councils and selling off assets. And I know my wording might be blunt. I do think we need to send the right signals first. I also would remind councillors that we need to have a work program. And while staff will be able to progress some of these items, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We need to have a coherent work program, and I think that really needs to be the next step, rather than picking individual items which will get out in front of something that looks coherent. So I would prefer that it was left out. However, I'm very happy to add 10 as per Councillor Coates' suggestion. I do think that that would go some way to continuing to build trust with that part of the sector.
Person who hasn't spoken yet, Angela Boswell.
Thank you. Yeah, I would definitely like to support action number 10. Just looking at action number 14, it does say that identify a suitable council other land through council. Could that not encapsulate number
8?
Number 8, because the current older people's units council currently owns, and maybe that could be worked in with action number 14. Any thoughts?
Yep, I think you're right.
Would you like me to respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please, Janice.
So I guess what I wanted to say there is that rather than trying to combine actions that are in Clint's report separately, dealt with separately. Maybe what I could reinforce is that if today you adopt these recommendations and essentially endorse the report and the actions that are in it, if there were opportunities that arose through our conversations with central government or with other local players in the housing or development sector, so if there were conversations that arose out of that meant we thought there was a good opportunity to actually progress a conversation around pensioner housing, for argument's sake, but it could be for any of the actions, we would bring that to you. And if that meant that we asked you to endorse us doing some work on something that you hadn't previously indicated was a priority, we could do that. I think being agile and making sure that we've got all of the property group's recommendations in mind when we're working in the housing space will be really important.
Yeah, I think Angela Buswell's point is well taken. The point 14 actually allows for other lands which can be stretched to include surplus land that our current pensioner housing sits on. And I know around the district that is the case. And I think we have had discussions with Housing New Zealand around that type of concepts, and that's ongoing. We've got Jackie Elliott and then Martin Holiday.
Hi. So I had my hand up to second the recommendations. However, Rob, just on your comments, sorry, I thought that earlier you had said that the public had no confidence in council's ability in this area to provide social housing, but which is a little bit different than the big discussion about selling, the possibility of selling our publicly owned assets in this area. But on that, one of the actions that has not been brought through from the Housing Task Force report to this report now is the action that talked about leasing. Now that was an idea that I had mooted, that if a discussion to sell off the public housing assets ever came up, that I would bring up and lobby for, and hope councillors would join me in lobbying for leasing as an option, because leasing retains the asset and the publicly owned asset for the public. So I'm wanting to go ahead and second these, even though that leasing option is not there. But boy, the discussion will come up if it needs to. Anyway,
so you're signaling the fact that if it becomes up in the future, that's what your option is.
Yeah, absolutely.
But your signal that you will second the motion which has been moved by McCann.
Yep.
So before I come to Councillor McCann actually moving it and seconding it, can I have Martin Holiday? You've still got your hand up.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interrupt, I'm sorry. We're fast approaching the time limit for this meeting. We've only got a few minutes left. If the council wishes to continue to sit beyond 3:40, someone would need to move that the council extend its sitting beyond 6 hours to complete items 8.3, 9, 10, 11 and 12 on the agenda.
Janet Holbrook has moved it.
Move that.
I second it. All those in favour?
Happy to second that.
Press yes.
Cool. I'll go.
Sorry, can we just
got to vote on it? We need to vote on it.
Yep.
Yeah. All those in favour, press the yes button.
Can we just clarify who the seconder was? Sorry.
Angela Boswell?
Janet Holbrook moved it and I seconded it.
Okay.
So Councillor Holbrook and the Mayor as seconder. We have 10 votes for yes and 1 vote for no.
We'll be interested in find out who was that.
It's me.
Can I call for division, please?
We have
a call for division.
You're so divisive.
We've
Right,
lost yes votes now.
Right, so we continue. Martin, you had your hand up.
Look, I'm just reiterating what was said before. I fully endorse the portfolio holder here, being Rob, with regards to having looked at all this. I do believe that we have had a loss in trust with the community. There's been a huge time lag on all this, from when the Housing Trust report was done to, well, basically no result. And we do need to get some quick wins on the board here. If we get some quick wins on the board, then of course we'll be able to move forward with that trust and building all those sorts of things. So I'm just happy to take that lead from Rob. I see that action point 14, was it, does pick up what we're talking about with 8 in this instance, and that can be reviewed as we move forward.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, can I just chip in with a point of clarification around the relationship between Action 8 and Action 14? There isn't really one. So Action 8 relates to our pensioner housing portfolio. Action 14 relates to the provision of emergency and transitional housing, which are two very different. One is a permanent housing situation, one is an emergency or transitional housing situation. So I think, so you couldn't consider that one was dealt with by the other. But I think the point that I made earlier still stands, that although we are signalling that there is a particular set of actions that we would propose prioritising in the interim until we had developed a more detailed work programme, which is, I guess, months down the line rather than years down the line. We could progress any of the actions if the right opportunity came up, and we would bring that back to you.
Okay.
I'm comforted by that, most definitely. So, yep, that's me done. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with what's been suggested.
So you're moving 56 to 61 and second.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we have Councillor Pravnov with her hand up.
Okay. Jocelyn.
Thank you. So we've spent the whole morning talking about the annual plan and budgets and how we're going to spend our money. So this is basically a new piece of work that's been wrapped all up. So I would just like to know where the funding for this is going to be coming from, please.
The funding to progress, this was discussed this morning in the annual plan paper, the funding to progress the establishment of a housing program within council and to start on these initiatives was included in the base budget that came before you in the annual plan workshops. So
thank you for that. So, and also, as James Coots brought up, how some of them are divided. Sorry, that's a dog. Divided into short, medium, and long term. So it's not quite clear what actually is included in this year's budget and what isn't.
So this year's budget covers what is essentially the equivalent of salary for a dedicated housing program manager, and a small OPEX budget from memory to be able to carry out further work if needed. How that budget then gets applied across the various different actions that we've said will be progressing is a question that I can't answer at the moment because we haven't started that piece of work. I guess I would note that in a number of the actions, most of the actions that we have proposed to be our initial focus could be progressed largely with staff time and wouldn't need significant external expenditure.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, finally, Rob, move it.
I'd like to move the recommendations as one.
56 to 61 and seconded by Jackie Elliott. All those in favour, cast your vote, please.
Have we got debate?
Oh, sorry, I was rushing. Yep, debate on. James.
So, look, I just want to address the item in debate around action number 8. You know, I through the election campaign, I personally campaigned on reviewing the older person's housing stock, and that was reviewing it. It wasn't necessarily saying that something would happen to it that would come out of the review. And I guess I want to make clear I haven't pushed for that to be in the set of recommendations today, even though there's been, I guess, some willingness from certainly Councillor Randall and potentially others. because I think personally, I think it can wait until next year's annual plan/LTP budget. And also just mindful of the pressure that the organisation is under already, given COVID-19 and our previous discussion on the annual plan budget for this year. So I think it's unrealistic for us to screw things down and then apply more on top. So I just wanted to signal through debate that I certainly still support action number 8. I just think in terms of the timing of which things will happen, that realistically it's unlikely anything will happen until probably early next year anyway, and we can bring that through any budget.
Right, anybody else? No? Okay, I'm not going to put recommendation 56 to 61 moved by Rob McCann, seconded by Jackie Elliott. Cast your vote.
We have 11 votes.
Carried. Yeah. Thank you very much on that. We're now on item number 9, confirmation of minutes, page 103. Right, I'm looking at the first one, first recommendation, minutes of December 12th. Be accepted as a true and accurate record. Any changes or any observations on those minutes? No. Would someone move and second it?
I moved.
Moved by Gwyn Compton. Seconded
Sorry,
by
Mr. Mayor.
Do you want to speak on
there
it?
is an addition to those recommendations, point 4, that the minutes be authorised by affixing the chairperson's electronic signature. This is given that we can't get you to physically sign them.
But that's what I'm doing. All the
You're doing already? Okay, all right. We'll take that out then.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so it's been moved by Gwyn Compton, seconded by Jenna Holbrook, that the minutes of the council meeting of 12 December 2019 be accepted as a true and accurate record of the meeting. Vote. We done? Then we go on to the recommendation number 2, the minutes of the council meeting on 30th January 2020 to be accepted as a true and accurate record of the meeting. Any observations, any mistakes, anything to be rectified there? No? Somebody move in second? Nobody's moving.
So sorry.
Moved by Janet Holbrook.
Are you moving them all separately?
Yes, because sometimes there are mistakes in it. So moved by Janet Holbrook. Seconded. Sophie seconding it.
I just noticed in the previous minutes they had Ms. and Mr. and things. They had titles in attendance, and in this one they didn't. Maybe we could look at having a
degenderizing it.
It's a little thing, but consistency is good, I think. I prefer it without myself.
Noted. We'll tell it the Democratic Services. We want gender neutrality next time. Okay, so it's been moved by Janet Holbrook. It's seconded by Sophie Empert. Vote. It's carried. Recommendation 3, the minutes of the council meeting 27th February 2020 to be accepted true and accurate record of the meeting. Any changes down there? Any mistakes? No? Can somebody move? Rob McCann's moved. Seconded James Coates. Vote. Carried. We now move into public exclusion for the confirmation. I move that we go into public exclusion. Can I have a seconder? Seconded by James Coates. Thank you very much. You can cut off the live streaming.
Just what?
Right. Can I have
Just one moment.
See the,
Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
yeah. Grayson.
Okay. Live streaming has been stopped.
And the recording, Grayson.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?